Hey, hey, ho, ho. Or should I say, ho, ho, ho. Welcome, another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway on a wonderful Christmas Eve 2025. And Merry Christmas to all those who celebrate it, and happy Wednesday evening if you're just here on a regular Wednesday evening, you heathen. No, either way, welcome. Good to have you here as we are live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. And in the sim, we are at Cobb County, Georgia, Cobb County Airport. We're going to do here in the FlySimWare Lear 35 Alpha. Going to do what we call a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. So the way this program works is we pretend that we are flying for a corporate charter rental company, and the group has chartered us from if we go from point A to point B. Well, A to B, though, is a relative term because we're actually at our point A is where our company is based. This is where we keep our airplane. This is where the crews come and clock in for the day, and they clock out at the end of the day. So this is where we start and end. So really, the group is going from point B to C from our standpoint, from A to B from their standpoint, obviously. But from our standpoint, it's B to C. This is point A, Cobb County. And we are going to take them from Dublin, Georgia, on up to, what is it called even? Let's see, I got the route in here. I'll put that back in just a second. So we're going from KRYY to KDBN. We're going to take them to, I think it's called Western Regional. It's in the mountains of North Carolina. And then we're going to bring them back at the end. So this is the program. Leg number 1 is going from our base to the pickup point. Leg number 2 is going from the pickup point to the drop-off point for the charter group. That's what they want to go. And then leg number 3 is going to be bringing the aircraft back here to Cobb County, where we are based. So this is our pickup point, Dublin, Georgia, and then we're going to run them up here to the mountains of Western North Carolina. They're going to go on a hunting trip, and I know it's a little poignant to be taking a business jet to a North Carolina mountain airstrip. We just had kind of a major incident involving a business jet at a North Carolina municipal airfield. That happened over here just north of Charlotte Airport. So we'll have to be extra careful, and of course in memory of those who were lost over there just last week. Just north of Charlotte. But we'll be extra careful getting in and out of this mountain strip, which is indeed called Western Carolina Regional, RHP, Andrews, North Carolina, I suppose is the name of the town. But that is the airstrip that we're going to go to. And yeah, you can see, is this Interstate 81? If that's 81, then I've come down that way. I don't know what highway that is, actually, now. 81 probably comes down west of there, I imagine. But anyway, so this is where we're going, Andrews, North Carolina. Our fictional group is going on a Christmas hunting trip, maybe up here by the lake. Who knows? But we're going to drop them off here at Western Carolina Regional Airport, and then our third leg, like I said, is we're going to bring the aircraft back to Cobb County. Now, why are we choosing these particular airports? Well, this is all part of the Atlanta Pilot Passport Challenge. Okay, and the Atlanta ARTCC website. We go under pilots, and the very bottom option is Pilot Passport Challenge. And you can sign up, and you can enroll in all 3, airline captain list, corporate pilot list, bug smasher list, and you can mix and match. I mean, there's no reason you shouldn't enroll in all of them. And you can mix and match. Basically, what happens is every time you visit one of the airports on this list, it stamps your passport with the date and time and the call sign that you were using when you visited. And here in the Bug Smasher one, this is more oriented toward, smaller general aviation aircraft. Of course, this is one of the ones that we're going to be visiting tonight. Dublin is on that list. Matter of fact, is RHP on this list? Yeah, RHP is on this list as well. So 2 of the 3 that we're visiting today are on this Bug Smasher list, even though we're going to visit it in a corporate jet. There's no real restriction on what kind of aircraft you visit these in. You just have to visit them while you're connected to VATSIM. We are starting and ending at Cobb County, so it has logged our visit from today in the Lear 35, 12:24 at 23:50 Zulu. That's when we connected to the network. And you can see we're almost done the corporate pilot list. And then we've got the airline captain list, which is, of course, it's the major airports, but also some smaller regional airports that have commercial passenger service. And we've got just a couple more to do on that before we finish it out. Chattanooga and Athens being our final two. Athens we've listed as an alternate tonight, so if we have to divert from Dublin, we'll end up in Athens. So anyway, so that's a really neat system that they came up with just to encourage traffic other than to the majors, Atlanta and Charlotte, and help spread traffic around. VATSIM radar shows that Atlanta ARTCC is, in fact, logged on this evening. So hopefully we'll get some air traffic control services for at least part of our journey this evening. And you can see from SkyVector, well, now I got to plug that all back in just so you can see the route. You saw it on VATSIM radar, but we need to see it just because we need the charts. We need to see it against the airways that we filed for leg 1. So KRYY, there's our route, and we're going to KDBN. And what you can see here, we can go to the low chart. What you can see here is that I filed a route that gets us out of the Bravo airspace as quickly as possible, and then just down and kind of circumnavigates to the east. Should keep us out of the worst of the traffic coming into and out of Atlanta Hartsfield. Of course, even though they do this passport challenge to encourage traffic to other places, of course, that still remains where they get the majority of their air traffic here on VATSIM. So, but we'll do our best to stay out of the way of those coming in and out of Atlanta Hartsfield as we embark upon this Christmas Eve journey. And again, Merry Christmas. Before we get started, there's one other thing that we do, and I want to get you guys started on our activity this evening. If you're new to the channel, or if you haven't been back to the channel in a while, we no longer are doing what we call our Alphabets raffle, our Twitch channel points raffle entries. Okay, we've got a brand new channel activity. Actually, it's not brand new. It's recycled from about 1.5 years ago. But because we're using a much better image generator than we did last time, it's working a lot better, and it's called our Slant Artwork Adventure, okay? Slant Artwork Adventures. The way it works is I feed a description into ChatGPT, and I started off just with a description that embodies what we're doing on the stream that night, and I try to keep it fairly simple, although tonight's I went a little bit more complex, and I think you'll see what I've done and why, and I think you'll enjoy what we're going to start with tonight. A little bit of a Christmas theme tonight to what our Slant Artwork Adventure is. So I come up with a brief description that I feed into ChatGPT to create an image from. Then when you guys cash in 500 of your Twitch channel points, aka your Alphabets points, the points at the bottom of the chat panel there, you've got the alphabet cereal icon that lovingly represents those, and you've got the button next to that that tells you how many you have. If you click on that button, you can cash in 500 points to get in the queue to modify our Slant Artwork Adventure for the evening. Tonight, we are starting off with this. That is me, or, pretty close at least, sitting on top of a red Lear 35 Alpha that is acting as our Christmas sleigh being pulled by a team of reindeer. So that is where we're starting, and then if you want to cash in cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, you can get into the queue to add to or modify them. And basically, when I say add to or modify, so what we're doing is when you get called upon, when you put in that request, you end up in the queue. And maybe I'm busy with the aircraft at the moment, but eventually I'll call on you when it's your turn or when I have a moment. You can give me a few words or up to a sentence representing something that you would like to add to or modify with this image. And just bit by bit, right? And this is more complex than I usually start with an image. I usually start with just one sentence. I started with this one. Just me asking Santa Claus for a red Lear 35. And I was like, that's cool, and it's funny, it's cute. Did a nice job of rendering me in cartoon form. But I was like, you know what? This one I think has the better opportunity to get added to, modified, and such in the typical style that we do on this channel, where you guys just start adding more and more absurd elements to make it fun. And we're going to be flying in and around the Atlanta airspace, so keep that in mind in terms of what you guys choose to put in on it, and so forth. But that's where we're going to start with is me on top of the red Lear sleigh being pulled by reindeer over the little Christmas village down there. So, again, 500 Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Cash those in. You'll get in on the queue, and we'll allow you to modify or add to that image. All right. Well, let's get started. We've got some friends that have stopped into the chat already. Bed Dave and Novix. Merry Christmas, Rob Legend, says Novix. Yeah, that unfortunately is my nickname in the Washington ARTCC's TeamSpeak and Discord, and I'm not quite sure what makes me so darn legendary, but thank you very kindly for that. And Bed Dave, hello, and Merry Christmas to you. All right, let's get started, guys. Is Atlanta logging off? Looks like Atlanta Tower logged off. We must have just lost Atlanta Tower. Or maybe we're too far. Yeah, it looks like the Tower and ATIS logged off. So if we refresh, you'll see that those have disappeared. Hopefully the center controller is going to be on for a little bit. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. I mean, if we end up flying this all on... Okay, yeah, you can see that that's now represented on VATSIM radar. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully, they're not too busy. It looks like they've got a dozen or so aircraft in the airspace. They did not send me a PDC. So hopefully they're not too busy, but, hopefully they'll stick around and provide us some service. And, if not, like I said, we'll have this adventure on our own if that's where it ends, but all good. All right, let's jump into the aircraft. Obviously, as we jump into the aircraft, we would have removed all the covers, so we can do that. We can remove the engine cover, pitot cover, and the front cover. We'll have jumped in. We'll keep the wheel chocks on. We'll go ahead and connect the ground power unit. Obviously, we would have opened up the cabin door to enter the aircraft as well. Starting fuel load, we're going to set 4,500. Or as close to that as we can. Let's go here to fuel. We're not going to go to... we don't have any passengers to put in just yet. Again, the first leg is from our charter base to the pickup point. So that's leg 1 of 3 is that. So nobody to get into... the pilot and co-pilot, they'll be automatically added once we get started. Nothing in the fuselage tank. Wing tanks will be full. And we need... That's only 2,500, so we need to add... another 2,000 pounds to that, so as close as we can get to 45. 45.18 is where the slider takes us, so that's fine. I'm just going to make that tiny adjustment on my chart. 45.18, 45.18, and there we go. So we can stack that up against our predictions. Blank some values out of my V-speed calculators. And then, let's go ahead and get going. Should be good with that. I don't think I need to do anything else with that. We'll do all that when we connect the... we're going to get rid of the wheel chocks and the ground power. We'll close the door. But other than that, I don't think we need that for anything. Okay, let's get some battery switches on. That's here and here. Nav lights on, that's on the yoke. We'll get the inverters on. Get the avionics master on. Radio altimeter master. And gyro... Oh, actually, somebody told me, and there was a comment that came in on one of the YouTube videos, that the radio altimeter you wouldn't actually turn on until kind of you get short of the runway. Because similar to like your weather radar and such, that's going to cook folks that are here on the ramp. So we're not going to use the radio altimeter master. I guess I'm just going to have to modify. I didn't get a chance to modify my flow list, but we're going to do that. He also said there was something with the standby battery that there was part of the startup sequence that I was doing out of order as well. But I'll have to look at that in more detail for next time. We'll just go ahead and put that into standby position for now. But we'll get the radio altimeter turned on for once we're short of the runway. Let's get enter a couple times there. That's a little blurry, actually. Yeah, enter is there. Okay. Okay, DME1 is set to nav1 in knots. DME2 is set to nav2 in knots. It's where I like it. We can reset the master warning. And we can get the yaw damper power on both on the left and the right hand side. Our cargo and passenger load is set. We can pull a METAR observation. We don't have an ATIS here at Cobb County, but we can get a METAR KRYY. Wind is calm, so we can depart whichever direction we want. Altimeter 3027. Now, since we're departing to the north and east, I say we go ahead and depart. Of course, we're over here on the west side of the runway, west side of the airport anyway, so I'd say we'll just depart runway 9er. Altimeter was what? 30, I forget. 3027, so we can get that dialed in times 3. We got the primary captain side, 3027. Get the captain, first officer side, 3027. And then we get the standby, the backup, 3027. We'll check across the board. The charted field elevation here is what? 1040. So if we see all three of the all three of the altimeters reading very, very close to that, so we're good there. Atlanta Center's 3297, so 132.907. Let's go ahead and see if we can get in touch with them and get our clearance. Before I start punching the route in, I want to make sure that they're okay with the route that I put in. They should be. It's going to keep us mostly out of the way in terms of all their real traffic, but we want to make sure that they're good with that routing. We'll check in with them.
177, send across Chipper at 13,000, the Atlanta altimeter 3026.
Descend across Chipper at 13,000 and altimeter is 3026 for Spirit 177.
JetBlue 858, expect a visual approach runway 26 right.
Expect visual approach runway 26 right, JetBlue 858.
Now, the only thing is they're landing 26 at Atlanta. They might want me to depart in a westbound direction here as well. We'll see what they say.
1310, Merry Christmas.
Ready, Charlie Delta. Do you have a ATIS out for Atlanta yet?
Cobb County.
I'm working that right now.
And Dublin.
Take your time, don't worry.
Atlanta Center Lear 514 Delta Victor. We got the weather at Cobb County. We're IFR to Dublin.
Lear 5, Lear 4 Delta Victor, Atlanta, clear to Dublin as filed. On departure, maintain 3000. Expect 15,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departures on this frequency, squawk 5342.
Cleared as filed, maintain 3000. Departure with you, 5342, 514 Delta Victor.
4 Delta Victor, reback correct, runway 27 for departure, can be called for taxi.
At 27, we'll call you in a few, 514 Delta Victor.
And Center Delta 8821 at top of the center.
Okay, so he wants us to depart 27, really just to be consistent with the departures and arrivals at Atlanta Hartsfield. So that's fine.
Copy that, over to the dark side. Thank you so much, Makers.
Alright, so let's get that route punched in here.
858, send maintain 9,000, flight press, actually, that 858, send maintain 9,000.
Flight plan, we'll push for the cursor.
Skywest 6048.
That's for JetBlue 858, descend and maintain 9,000.
Descend maintain 9,000, JetBlue 858.
Southwest 1156, turn right heading 095, descend and maintain 3,000.
RYY.
095, 3,000, Southwest 1156.
Copy that.
Enter. Note 2.
Good evening, Delta 3914 with you. Control a lot of airspace. Where are you at? What do you need?
Atlanta Center, Southwest 2609, hold short runway 06.
Okay, Note 2, and then it's automatically put us in the next one, which is going to be CCAT.
09 Atlanta, fly runway head in, runway 6, clear for takeoff.
Runway 06 to takeoff, Southwest 2609.
JetBlue 858, fly present heading, vector Stefano.
Fly present heading, Victor Stefano, JetBlue 858.
Okay, after CCAT.
248, set to maintain 12,000.
After CCAT, it's Tango 292 in Rio, but are there any points that we need to put in between? Or is that going to be... Yeah, no, that's just a straight shot. So REELL.
Heading 095.
Heading 095, 8 Charlie Delta.
Good evening, Delta 3914 with you. Delta 3914 Atlanta, I have no clue where you're at or what you need. What can I do for you?
I'm at Atlanta Airport. The RV have on clearance is pressing taxi right now, holding south.
BOBBR.
Delta 3914 Atlanta, roger. Runway 27 right, taxi to Lima, Lima Bravo.
Lima, Lima Bravo, Delta 3914.
JetBlue 858, is set to maintain 6,000.
Descend maintain 6,000, JetBlue 858.
Southwest 1156, turn left heading 360. 360 1156.
Bobber. We're going to cross over that point a few times tonight. Bobber. Enter. And then after Bobber, it's Volvy, VOLVY.
Number 8 Charlie Delta, would it be possible to get 3,500?
Jimmy 8 Charlie Delta, it's going to maintain 3,500.
Thanks.
Good fixes this
Finger
year.
looking good.
That was 1156, turn left heading 290, join the runway 27 left, localizer, report the film site.
290 to join and we'll report.
Volvy, and then we're just going to put in the arrival airport for now. K. D. We'll worry about the approach when we get a little closer. KDBN.
Clipper
Enter.
19 reporter ready to taxi.
Okay, so we're done with the flight plan. We can up the range a little bit.
Clipper 194, squawk 2250.
And let's go with... I like to have the data over there and the map over here. It's kind of the way I like to have the setup in this aircraft.
Clipper 194 heavy, runway 27 right, taxi via Lima, Lima Bravo.
All right, back to the flow list we go. Good fixings, by the way. Here's our slant artwork adventure of the day. This is me on the top of a red Lear 35 being pulled by a team of reindeer. So if you want to make a modification of that, go ahead and feel free to cash in 500 of your Twitch channel points, and
180 graders will be on
we'll get your contribution to our slant artwork adventure of the evening.
Southwest 2609 after departure, climb and maintain.
So nav equipment and autopilot route setup. Let's make sure we're in the GPS mode. We are.
2,700 feet,
Initial altitude was 3,000.
3,000 feet, Southwest 2609.
That was 2609, roger. Turn right, heading 180, climb, maintain 10,000.
180, heading and climb and maintain 10,000, Southwest 2609.
JetBlue 858, set to maintain 4,000.
Okay, yeah, there we go. I was going to say, I think there's a switch I have on my yoke here that I can adjust that by thousands rather than by 100, even though it's still says 100 on the dial, but my yoke hardware setup has that incrementing by 1,000 at a time there. So let's go ahead and...
Clipper 194, your transponder changed again. Just keep that squawk in there for me.
Yeah, arm the altitude, and then... Good fixins, drinking a Red Bull. Okay.
That's weird. Every time I switch my power, it switches my squawk for some reason. If you're on Microsoft, if you have the setting for auto ATC, it'll switch it. It happened when I switched from APU to Gen.
It's got nothing to do with it. It's AI assists. Go into the settings and turn them all off.
Blade 58, Atlanta Airport's off to 1 to 2 o'clock and 10 miles, report inside.
We're inside JetBlue 858.
JetBlue 858, clear to visual approach, runway 26 right. Speed 180 knots or greater until AJ.
Say you were blocked, say again.
JetBlue 858, clear to visual approach, runway 26 right.
Schedule approach around 26 red, and what was the speed?
It's 180 knots until AJ.
180 knots at AJ, JetBlue 858.
Alright, good fixings. We got that cranking for you.
7,000.
We'll look at the result here in just a moment.
Good evening. This is the FedEx 713.
Cleared as filed means we can turn directly toward our first point of no 2. However, when we are cleared for takeoff, there's a very good chance we'll get something like a runway heading or a heading to fly, and then we'll get vectored to that point no 2. But for now, I'm just going to put in 274 as an initial heading, and be ready to fly that. And then we'll go direct to no 2. If we don't get any kind of overriding instruction, we'll just go directly to that point no 2. So right now we got the altitude select to 3,000, and we got the heading armed.
Clear land for Southwest London 6. 858, the wind's 3203, runway 26 right.
And then our transponder 5342. Let's go ahead and get that turned on. We can actually get it right into altitude mode.
713 with you for the 260.
Well, there you go, good fixins.
713,
Drinking a Red Bull as depicted.
Squawk is higher than FedEx 713.
5,
radar contact 10 miles north of Waycross.
342. And altitude mode.
Detailed discussion for the 240 FedEx 713.
Charlie Delta, turn right, head on 180, report the airport in sight.
180, Charlie Delta.
Alright, let's close the hatches and doors. Let's get the...
Departure Delta 6101 is at 4,000, runway heading.
Close the cabin door. Confirm parking brake is set. Let's go ahead and get the GPU disconnected and the wheel chocks off.
4,000 feet. Cleared direct to Gump. Climb and maintain, follow 250.
Let's get the seatbelt signs on. Get our pressurization set. I don't think we're going to need any pressurization, so so right now pressurization should be
Gump when able, Delta 601.
yeah, 1,000, and then our
ready, Charlie Delta, field is in sight.
landing
JetBlue 858 going around.
destination elevation is about 300 feet, so we'll lower that when it's time to descend, but we'll just keep the cabin altitude at 1,000 for now.
3203, runway 26 right, clear to land.
Wait, 26 right, clear to land, 8 Charlie Delta.
858, turn right in 360, maintain 4,000, and when able to say reason for go around.
Turn left 360, maintain 4,000, JetBlue 858.
And it's a right turn in 360, please.
Alright, we do need
right on
do need to get our ramp weight off of that tablet, so let me get that tablet back.
Cross runway 27 right on Papa and leave it to the ramp, take care. Alright, Papa, leave it to the ramp and we'll cross.
15,194.
Good, son. Got a 3914, runway 27 right, line for weight, traffic crossing.
Origin temperature 17. Origin elevation is 1,040.
Maintain 3,000.
3,000 Southwest 1528.
So origin
Just confirming 26 left, correct, 6 right, clear to line, correct?
1,000. We're just above 15. So we're going to call our V1 117.
Oh, 2609, climb maintain, follow with 390.
Climb and maintain 390, Southwest 2609.
97.4 is going to be the...
unstable approach rate, no landing configuration at 1,000 feet or under for JetBlue 858.
974.
Turn right heading 095, expect a visual approach runway 26 right.
117 is already set, actually.
095 visual approach,
130 is the
JetBlue 858.
V2. VR, rather. V2 is 133. And then flap retraction speed is 163.
Atlanta
Cover 194, reset.
Flight level 320.
That was blocked, I'll get back to you. Got a 3914 RNAV, the
Okay.
football, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff.
So N1 bugs are set. Ground power disconnected, wheel chocks disconnected, tablets been stowed. Alright, let's get the beacon light on. We do not need a pushback from our present position. So we'll go ahead and get the number 2 started.
Descend via the Jonesy 5 Bravo, Charlotte Atlanta North, the Charlotte altimeter 3022.
13% in.
Descend via the Jonesy 5, landing north 3022, Delta 503.
The Atlanta winds are 320 at 3. That was 6048, turn right heading 220.
Turn right heading 220 for Skywest 6048.
Okay, did the red light go off?
Runway 27 right, line up ahead.
Can't quite tell. Yeah, it looks pretty stable.
For line up and away 27 right.
We can go ahead and get that into gen mode.
310, descend and maintain 900,000.
Down to 900,000, Southwest 310.
Delta 325, Washington's offline for change approved. Take care.
13%.
Over to advisor, thanks for the ATC. Happy holidays. We'll see you, Delta 325.
And as soon as that
Happy holidays.
starter light goes off, okay, flip that up into gen mode.
Reduce speed 210.
Watching to make sure that it
200, Triple 858.
starts normally. Everything's good. Okay.
177, reduce speed to 210, and then
Cabin air is now on. Let's do a control surface check. Obviously, we're
210, and
not-
I didn't catch the altitude for speed range 177.
not really checking
That was 6048,
the
turn right heading
yoke
250 on
movement
the 26 right localizer.
and pedal movement, but
25026 right localizer for Skywest 6048.
in the sim we're really checking that. Where somebody outside would give us a thumbs up in terms of
210 knots.
in terms of the control surfaces, flaps, and yeah, flaps set. Let's get the trim.
Heading 180, speed 180, Southwest 310.
Okay, trim warning lights off.
I just want to verify after gump if that's filed. Correct. Roger.
At the 3914 radar contact out of 3,300 feet.
All right, and then we're facing. Are we facing north? Yeah, so we're gonna kind of taxi straight ahead.
Passing 3,300, Delta 3914. Atlanta Center, American 5050, Mike check.
505.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
That was 310, fly heading 220, vectors to final.
220, Southwest 310.
Recognition light
Speed of 180.
can act as our taxi light.
Triple 858.
Number 194 heavy, or out the football, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, brake check. Brakes are good.
Number 194 heavy, or football, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff. FedEx 713, descend via the Jedi 4 arrival, the Atlanta altimeter 3026.
Descend the JD4 arrival. Expecting the switching rate for now, so FedEx 713.
858, turn right heading 200.
Turn right 20,
We'll get a word in.
Mary Charlie Delta requesting taxi to the FBO directly at our 12.
Get a word in edgewise when we can.
6,000.
Down to 6,000, Southwest 310.
Give me a Charlie Delta, taxi straight into the ramp. Thanks for flying.
Straight to ramp, you have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
You as well. Skywest 6048, do you have a field inside 12 o'clock in about 7 miles?
Field inside up just, or Skywest 6048.
Number 6048, cruisers approach on 26 right, speed of 180 or greater till AJ.
180 or greater till AJ for 26 right, Skywest 6048.
Field of 858, traffic is 2 o'clock in 5 miles, so westbound Embraer at 3,000.
Let's do a spoiler check.
Roger, traffic not side.
Reverser check.
That was 310, turn right heading 240. Correction, southwest 310.
Didn't have the
turn right
reversers
heading
armed.
240.
So that the
Right,
deploy lights didn't come on,
Bearings
but they worked.
177,
A
descend
little bit of a glitch with the aircraft. They're not supposed to work at all if they're not armed.
Speed range 177.
But
That was 310, descend and
they're
maintain
tested and
4,000.
good.
Down to 4,000, Southwest 310.
Triple 858, turn right heading 250, join the 26 right localizer.
Gonna let him get caught up.
250, join the localizer, Jet 858.
Let him get caught up with the traffic he's got coming into Atlanta right now.
Runway 26 right, cut a line.
Clear land runway 26 right, sir, Skywest 6048.
CBM 9 Foxtrot Sierra, cross 40 miles to the west of Charlotte at 17,000. The Charlotte altimeter 3022.
You want me to cross what waypoint at 17,000?
It's 40 West Charlotte.
40 West Charlotte, 17,009 Fox here.
Jubilee 58, do you have the traffic or the airport inside?
We have the airport inside Jubilee 58.
Jubilee 58, thanks. Cleared visual approach, runway 26 right, speed of 180 knots or greater until AJ.
Cleared visual approach 26 right, 180 to AJ, Jubilee 58.
Got a 3914, climb maintain, followed with 350.
Okay, it sounds like it's got one. It looks like it's got one to sequence in, or is that a departure?
3914, climb maintain, followed with 350.
One to sequence in behind, and they should kind of have a little bit of a lull here, hopefully.
Got a 503, expect the visual approach, runway 36 center. Fly present heading, vectors to final, descend and maintain 900,000.
So maintain 9,000, present heading, and expect 36 center, Delta 503.
That was 310, fly heading 250, join the 26 right localizer.
250, join the localizer southwest, 310.
That was 310, traffic is 1 o'clock and 7 miles, the westbound 8320 at 3,000 feet.
Center Lear 514 Delta Victor Short Bravo at Cobb County, ready.
Roger, I'll give you a call back shortly. That was 310, traffic is 1 to 2 o'clock. Actually, disregard. Spearwinds 177, turn right at 180.
Right, 180, Spearwings 177.
That was 310, traffic is 1 o'clock and 7 miles, the westbound 8320 at 2,700. Report him or the traffic or the airport inside.
Negative contact, southwest 310.
Spearwings 177, reduce speed to 180 knots.
180 knots.
Since we're away from the ramp, we can go ahead and get the radio altimeter and weather radar on.
Embraer 4 Delta Victor, runway 27, taxi via Alpha, the altimeter 3027.
We're on the Bravo side, so 27 via Bravo, okay?
That works for me. Runway 27, taxi via Bravo, altimeter 3027.
3027, 27 via Bravo, 514 Delta Victor.
Jubilee 58, the 13203, runway 26 right clear line.
Good line, runway 26 right, Jubilee 58.
Spearwings 177 to right and 240 out of the turn. Traffic is to your currently your 2 to 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I had to correct him, but I'm like, I'm going to do it in as helpful a way as possible.
Right, 240, and we will look for the traffic or report the field in sight for Spearwings 177.
Alright, and this aircraft does like to pick up speed even at idle,
Airport.
so you do have to kind of
310 at the field.
That was 310, clear visual approach, runway 26 right. Speed
Kinda watch the
knots or
speed.
greater till AJ.
So minimum departure fuel, we got plenty because we got fuel for all 3 legs. Com radios are set, weather radar on, pitot.
Right turn into 250.
Pitot stall warnings.
If you blow through, heading 290 to join.
And then the continuous ignition and reversers will all get armed when we get close. And then we get just the lights.
Got a 503, set I maintain 6,000.
Descend 6,000, Delta 503.
TBM 9 Foxtrot Sierra, expect a visual approach, runway 36 right.
Expect visual 36 right, 9 Fox Sierra.
That was 310, traffic over the threshold, runway, the wind's 3203, runway 26 right, clear to land, number 2.
Clear to land, number 2, 26 right, southwest 310, and we have the traffic.
That was 6048, welcome to Atlanta, cross runway 26 left on Bravo 2 and echo to the ramp, take care.
Alright, cleared across runway 26 left at Bravo 2 to the ramp, echo for Skywest 6048.
We have the field in sight for Spearwings 177.
Thanks, 177, thanks. Clear visual approach, runway 26 right.
Clear visual 26 right, Spearwings 177.
Got a 6101, sorry about forgetting you. Descend and maintain 512, descend and maintain 14,000, Atlanta altimeter 3026.
That was honest.
So 6101, descend and maintain 14,000, the Atlanta altimeter 3026.
Alright, down to 14,000, 3026, Delta 6101.
Southwest 2609, Jax is offline, free change approved, see you later.
Frequency change is approved, Southwest 2609, thank you, sir.
So we got pitot heat, stall warnings,
58, pull up to Atlanta,
continuous
call 26
ignition,
Alpha Bravo 2 and Echo to the ramp. Take care.
and reversers to get on. And then landing and strobe and recognition lights. So we got a lot of switches to throw.
78 miles in trail of a Boeing 737. The wind's 320 at 3.
A lot of switches to throw when we get cleared here.
26 right, clear to land, clear wings 177.
Atlanta, sir, good day. Delta 867 is holding short of runway 06 on Alpha on the ground here at Birmingham.
At 867 Atlanta, fly runway heading, runway 6, clear for takeoff.
And again, we are cleared to head directly to No 2, unless we get some sort of a heading to fly off the runway.
503, thanks. Cleared visual approach, runway 36 center.
Cleared for the visual, 36 center, Delta 503, thanks.
And just to help us make that turn, in case we are going to just go direct there, let's set the course to 12 here. Center Lear 514 Delta Victor short of 27 at Cobb, ready.
Lear 5 Delta Victor, fly runway heading, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading clear for takeoff 27, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so runway heading now. Stall warnings, continuous ignition, reversers, strobes, and landing lights.
Sierra, fly heading 090, vectors final, set to maintain 9,000. 390, 9,000, 9 Fox Sierra.
Okay, so runway heading up to 3,000. Set part 2 CB flyer. Welcome, guys.
Actually, I think, did you just send me a note, American 5050?
97.4.
Yeah, that's actually crazy timing.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. Thanks for coming on tonight, man. I'll be with you in a minute.
Thanks for flying.
There's V1, and there's rotate.
Atlanta Tower, Delta 1424.
Okay, pitch to the
from the east at
flat retraction speed. Let's get up to 1,000.
1424 Atlanta, I do. FedEx 713, expect a visual approach, runway 26 right.
Sorry, something is this for FedEx 713?
FedEx 713, expect a visual approach, runway 26 right.
I say visual approach runway 26 right, FedEx 713.
Learjet 4 Delta Victor, ident, call maintain 1000.
Ident and up to 1000, 514 Delta Victor.
Got a 1440, got a 1424 radar contact 10 East Dublin. Descend, climb and maintain, follow with 360.
Climbing, level 360.
Okay, let's get back up to, let's get to 250.
Lear 4 Delta Victor, radar contact 3 to the west of the Cobb County Airport. Turn left heading 110, climb and maintain 14,000, that'll be your final.
At left to 110 up to 14,000, 514 Delta Victor.
So 867 is at 4,000 now, with you.
At 867, radar contact. Turn right heading 180.
Okay, post departure, we can get the reversers disarmed and the continuous ignition off.
867.
Got a 503, the wind's 210 at 4, runway 36 center, clear to land.
Runway 36 center, clear to land, Delta 503.
Oh, 200,
24, clear direct Kina.
200 below the Bravo. Yeah, you're right.
Delta 1424.
Although at this point, I'm squarely in the Bravo. So yeah, I did miss that. Northwest pilot, thank you for that, but we're definitely in that Bravo now.
Atlanta Atlanta Center America 5050, ready to taxi.
American 5050 Atlanta, over 27 right, taxi to Lima, Lima Bravo.
Okay, 27 right, Lima, Lima Bravo, American 5050.
Okay, through 10,000, forward-facing lights can come off.
Direct Dublin Airport.
Direct to the airport, 514 Delta Victor.
At 867, clear direct to Gump.
Clear direct Gump, Delta 867.
Okay, we can accelerate now to 270. We're pretty much going.
Got a 6101, to maintain.
Pretty much going right up to our 14,000.
12,000, can we get the highway? 27 left, 6101.
6101, expect the Hollis Bridge 271.
Sorry, 27 left, 6101.
Number 194, climb and maintain flight level 390.
Clipper 194, climb and maintain 390.
Okay, we are direct to the airport. Desired track 121, so we can.
5266 to the 713. Squawking 5266 to the 713.
Okay, get the bugs lined up there.
Got a 6101, I got a 6101, cross Eagle at 210 knots.
Eagle 210 knots, 6109.
Leveling off at 14,000. Bring the power down slightly just to kind of keep it at 320 knots or thereabouts. Alright, pressurization's fine. We can go ahead and set the destination airfield. We can get the seatbelt signs off even though there's nobody on board. We'll just follow all the normal procedures.
Got a 1424, descend at discretion, maintain flight level 290.
290 at my discretion, Delta 1424.
Actually, it says the desired track 141, so.
So, repeat, this was FedEx 713?
FedEx 713 to fly, heading 340, vectors final, just going to maintain 6,000.
340, vectors final, descend 6,000, FedEx 713.
Okay, well, we're off, and we're taking a little bit of a more direct path than we intended. That's good. That'll help keep us on time. But it also means we need to really start getting ahead of the game in terms of what approach we want there. So, .METAR KDBN. Wind is calm, 6 statute miles and mist. Temp 15, altimeter 30, 25.
CM9 Foxtrot Sierra, turn 10 degrees left, just going to maintain 6,000.
10 degrees left, 6,000, my Fox Sierra.
Sim froze for just a second. Let's hope it unfreezes here. There we go.
Got an 867, turn left toward Hobbit.
Turn left toward Hobbit, Delta 867. Do you want us to go the direct to Hobbit on the 867?
That's what he just said.
Okay, we'll go direct to Hobbit on the 867.
Oh, I never did get the yaw damper engaged. Oops. Gear and flaps definitely. Gear and flaps definitely came up. Ignition and reversers.
Bergen 50-50, R now the football, we're on 27 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, so when we start the descent, windscreen, seat belts. Everything else is as normal.
Clear 4 Delta Victor, descent of discretion to maintain 1000. The making altimeter is, stand by, making altimeter 3024.
Alright, 3024, pilots discretion down to 1000, 514 Delta Victor. We got the weather at Dublin, by the way. Alright, let's do what work for us. What works for you?
That works for me. I just want to make sure I heard the correct dial. Let's 2.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, confirm that.
We don't need to start descending just yet.
Got a 6101, just going to maintain 7000.
Down to 7,000, Delta 6101.
Procedure, let's select our approach. ILS 2. We'll just take it from Vienna, just because that's from the west.
The Hobbit 2 arrival, the Atlanta altimeter 3026.
Yes. And it did indeed. I've been trying to watch this. It did indeed tune that 1091. And if we go missed, it's 113.1 for the Dublin VOR. Course on that is 277 for the hold.
At 713, Atlanta Airport's off to your, call it your 10 to 11 o'clock and 15 miles, reporting start.
You have the airport inside to the left.
So if we're at 14,000 and we want to descend to the airport, we go 14 times 3.5. 49 miles is our top of descent. We're going to lower the cleared altitude. We're cleared down to 11,000, but I'm not going to start that descent just yet. So how badly did I violate that 200 below the Bravo? So this Bravo shelf started at 7,000 feet. By the time we turned, we might have been in the 6,000 foot one. But anyway, yeah, that first 6,000 or 7,000 feet of our climb, we should have been at 200, not 250.
American 5050 radar contact out of 4,000 feet. Commenting on 14,000 and verify your altitude.
Okay, climbing to 14,000 and climbing out of 4,300. There's 5050.
What did I say? 49, I think, was our top of descent. Our slant artwork adventure, for those of you joining late. We got me sitting on top of a red Lear 35, drinking a Red Bull, being towed by a team of reindeer. So if you want to add to or modify that image, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, and that'll put you in the queue. When I call your name, you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. Not a paragraph, just a few words or a sentence. How you would like to add to or modify that image. Alright, so we're going to start the windshield heat, and we're going to get the seatbelt signs back on again. We're not carrying anybody this first time around, but just to keep the procedures consistent.
Delta 6101, radio check.
I got you loud and clear now. Delta 6101 is going to maintain 3,000.
And we'll go ahead and get the speed down to 280 in the descent.
6101 is going to maintain 3,000.
All right, that's 3,000. Delta 6101.
And then right as it gets to 280,
Learjet 4 Delta Victor, clear direct Ratchet.
direct Raddick, 514 Delta Victor, we're out of 14,000 for 1,000 now.
Give me a 9er Foxtrot 0, the one's 3, correction, the one's 2104, runway 36 right, settle in.
36 right, clear to land, 9 Fox 0.
Delta 6101, turn left heading 360.
Minimums on that approach. $499, so we'll call it 500. It's 200 above ground level. Because I'm setting it via a radio altimeter, I'm going to pad that by 100 feet.
Delta 1424 to
300.
240.
But we know that really it's the 499, aka the 500, that we are bound by. Course on this approach, by the way, is 020. So I'm gonna, whoops. Go ahead and get that set now.
Delta 6101, turn left heading 290, German 27 left localizer. We'll put in Atlanta.
Okay, we're leveling off. Ordinarily you'd add power when you were leveling off, but for me, I'm gonna let the speed come down to 250.
Learjet 4 Delta Victor, descend at house discretion, maintain 5,000.
Out of 5,000, 514 Delta Victor.
Delta 6101, if you can hear this message, try this.
Okay, we're descending through 10. We got forward-facing lights back on.
Delta 867, expect the visual approach runway 27 left.
Approach frequency and course set. Missed approach frequency and course set. Missed approach altitude is 2,000. Minimum set, and our V speed, so VREF is going to be 123.
Atlanta Delta 385, we are 14 miles from Flask at 50340.
Delta 385, land center, radar contact about 10 miles to the east of Pulaski VOR, welcome.
I'm going to set the flaps 3 speed to...
Set 864, on out the football, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff.
Flaps 3 is going to be at 150, flaps 1 is 200.
FedEx 713, welcome to Atlanta, exit right, and join Alpha to the ramp pick. Thanks for flying.
To the right and Alpha to the right to the 713. Thank you, bye-bye, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So Rat Talk. So it looks like he's going to have us join the hold here at Rat Talk, which is fine. So 020, so we would go to a 200 minus 30, kind of hit it as a teardrop, so a 170 and then turn into join. Between 2 and 4,000. So if we want to be between 2 and 4,000 there, we've got
3914 Washington
4,000 more to lose in 31 miles. So yeah, we're ahead of the game in terms of the descent.
Got a 6101, the wind's 270 at 3, runway 27 left, final round.
So we can shallow the descent out quite a bit here. And then, of course, when we get a little closer to it, we're...
I forgot if I told you already, but you can plan the visual bridge runway 27 left.
Get a little closer to it, we're going to want to...
Center America 5050.
We'll have to slow down. By the way, the common traffic advisory frequency there is a non-towered field, so he's going to switch us over 122.7. He's going to release us. He's going to have us change to the advisory frequency. So 122.7 is going to be that, and we'll get that tuned and ready to go.
Thanks, America 5050. Right, bad elf, America 5050.
This thing's gonna cost you up, so probably left it behind or something.
I'm looking for him. American 5050.
Okay, I'm going to change over to a vertical speed hold, but we're going to slow it to 210 here.
Taxi to parking, straight into parking, take care.
Straight into parking, take care. America 958.
Atlanta Center Delta 864 is airborne passenger 3000 for 10,000 RNAV football.
At 864 Atlanta radar contact, climb maintain flight level 350.
Climb maintain flight level 350 Delta 864. Atlanta Center, good day, Delta 1809, which is ground flight over Tennessee, again 123-142.
Roger, ready for taxi?
A little bit of power back in to maintain the 210. Switch it back over to the speed mode. Again, we can kind of shallow up the descent. We're supposed to lose.
1424, descent at pilot's discretion, maintain 1000, the Birmingham altimeter 3028.
Supposed to be between 2,000 and 4,000 there. In 19 miles.
Atlanta Center Delta 503 back with you. Request IFR clearance to Atlanta.
Delta 503 Atlanta. I sent you a PDC. Did you receive that?
Affirm, we received the Delta 503 things.
Learjet 9, question Learjet 4 Delta Victor. Fly heading 180, descend and maintain 3,000. And you can still expect the approach from Raddock. I'm just going to take you south down for 90 degree intercept.
Okay, that'll work. 180, and then we'll expect to join at Raddock 514 Delta Victor. Down to 3,000. Could have done the whole entry too if you'd wanted, but that'll be fine.
Sure.
Whatever's easiest for you is good.
When I bet the ground, I'll just take you.
Okay.
Atlanta Center American 5050.
American 5050, good.
Hey, can I request 230? By the time I get up to 290, I'll be coming back down.
American 5050, no problem. Maintain flight level 230.
Thanks a lot, 230 American 5050.
So what I thought he was going to do.
Quick for 194, Washington Center's offline. Free change approved. Take care.
What I thought he was going to do was have us track into Raddock and then have us join. We would have done a 170 heading.
864 min altitude, maintain 10,000.
170, and then we would have just joined the hold, and then we would have just continued inbound. So that's what I thought he was going to do. What he's actually going to do is he's bringing us down this way, so that when we get to a point where we're 90 degrees off of Raddock, then he's allowed to clear us right onto the approach direct to Raddock. That works fine, too. R6 Chavez is here.
Thanks, driving no longer.
And indeed, Merry Christmas. R6 Chavez, here's our slant artwork adventure, if you want to get in on that. Me sitting on top of a red Lear being pulled by a team of reindeer drinking a Red Bull. So if you want to cash in 500 Twitch channel points, and then let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image.
1 Center Operator of American 1590 about 5 miles in the flat, flight level 360.
There's a 4 Delta Victor, fly heading 200.
200, 514 Delta Victor.
Circa 5090 Atlanta Center. I'm going to be closing up here kind of soon, like in the next 10 minutes or so.
Red Bull is enriched with eggnog. How would that? I'm not sure how that would be depicted in the picture. I do not recommend that in real life. This R6.
6101. If you hear this transmission, welcome to Atlanta.
We'll throw it in there. I'll throw it in there, R6, and we'll see what ChatGPT does with it. But I'll throw it in there. Bear with me on that just a second. Glass of eggnog in the other hand. Okay, we'll do that. I think that'll work a little better. Double fisting it. Yeah, curdled nog sounds horrible. Yeah, well, eggnog is
Check the altitudes along the arrival. The bottom altitude is 12,000. For now, maintain 10,000.
We will maintain 10,000 for Delta 867.
Yeah, eggnog in general is that's not something I'm a fan of. All right, we'll level off at 3,000. I'm going to go ahead and bring the speed down to 170. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat. Yeah, R6. I'll get that when we get down to the ground here. We've got 2 more legs to go. We got plenty of time. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that. Just a number, positive or negative. We'll know they need a descent rate either way.
We've got 4 Delta Victor, turn left heading 090, descend to maintain 2,600.
090, 2,600, 514 Delta Victor.
Airport Delta Victor, clear direct Radix, cross Radix at above 4, correction, cross Radix at above 2,000, and clear the ILS, runway 2, straight in.
All right, Radix at above 2,000, cleared ILS, runway 2, straight in, 514 Delta Victor. All right, so let's go,
at 867, reduce speed to
flight plan,
and then descend to maintain 7,000.
direct Radix, enter and activate.
Reduce speed to 210 knots, and maintain 7,000 Delta 867.
Just going to heading bug it over because we're going to use the, I'm going to eyeball it off the GPS to join it, and then we'll use the analog navigation to follow it in. We got loc, we got glide slope. First notch of flaps is in. Second notch of flaps in gear will come when we join the glide slope. Third notch of flaps will come when we get down below 150.
Number 385, I'm fixing to close up here. Pre-change advisor gets approved. Take care.
Boy, he is a southerner. He's fixing to close up.
Before you head out, Atlanta Center is America 5050. Thanks again for joining tonight. Merry Christmas, man. Appreciate your service.
American 5050, thanks for flying. American 5050, San Jonesy 5 arrival, Charlotte landing north, the shot altimeter 3023.
3023, Charlotte's landing north and descending on that Jonesy American 5050.
At 867, so maintain 3000.
Claggy says, apologies if you don't celebrate, but as it is Christmas where I'm from, Merry Christmas indeed. Yes, indeed. Certainly implied that that this is for those who celebrate, and of course, a very happy day for those who don't celebrate it as well, but Merry Christmas to those who do.
Hold short 27 right at Lima Bravo Delta X.
At 1809, Arnold to Swall, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff.
Overshot slightly. It took me an extra second to...
Learjet 4 Delta Victor, no travel routes observed between you and the Dublin airport. Report IFR constellation in the air, on the ground with frequency. Rechange from ISR approved.
Alright, frequency change approved. We'll keep the IFR to the ground, and we'll call you when we get there. 514 Delta Victor.
Good afternoon, Atlanta Center, South.
Dublin traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor, 10 miles out on the ILS straight in runway 2, Dublin. Alright. Continuous ignition. Reversers armed. Glide slopes coming in as we join it. Okay, captured. Gear and flaps too. And when we get to 5 out, we'll slow to our V ref speed, 123. Missed approach altitude, I believe, is 2,000. Alright, getting ready. Get the autopilot off. Get the predictions into the chat, by the way. No bot command necessary, just a number, positive or negative, represents your guess as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. And closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next one will be pulled on January 1st, New Year's Day. All right, we're 5 miles out. Let's go ahead and get slowed down. Dublin traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, 5 out for the straight in runway 2 via the ILS Dublin. Okay, final notch of flaps in. Get it nice and stable at the ref speed. Alright, gears down in green. Landing flaps set and checked. Missed approach out to 2,000 set. It is a right turn, climbing right. 1,000 straight and then 2,000 right if we go missed. It's a right hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Whoa, our speed dipped way, way low. Speed dipped way, way low. Alright, my aircraft. And there's our minimums, 500. We are landing. Modest reduction in power. Hold the flare attitude, let it settle in. Nice. Happy with that. Reverse the spoilers. Say it wasn't right. Should have been left. No, it was a right. Runway 2. Right turn. Actually, let's do this. Dublin traffic. Lear 514 Delta Victor. Clear runway 2, Dublin.
7 left, clear to land, Delta 867.
Lear 514 Delta Victor's on the ground. Dublin, cancel IFR.
Clear 4 Delta Victor, thanks for cancellation, and thanks for flying. I wish I could control you up to West Carolina. I love these little uncontrolled airport flights, but I gotta go. Thanks for flying.
No, no worries. Thanks for being on. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
So flaps stowed. Radio altimeter off. Weather radar off. Radio altimeter was a tidbit that I picked up in a YouTube comment. Kind of like the weather radar, like you don't want that on when you're on the ramp because the radiation, can affect crew members down there. So that's something new I've just added. I might have to find a switch to put that on.
For your service, I'll go to Unicom. Merry Christmas.
You take care. 864, I'm going to be closing up here for
should have everything on the taxi. And we got the windscreen heat, we got the pitot heat.
67.
The stall warnings off. We got the continuous ignition off. We got the reversers disarmed.
Or change to the CTAF frequency of 119.1 whenever you land. Thanks for flying. You take care.
Over to CTAF, Delta 867. Thank you so much for the service, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you as well. Additional aircraft Atlanta Center is now closed. Monitor the appropriate CTAF frequency. Thanks for flying, guys, and happy holidays. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Okay, so there they are. Recognition light can come off. Swiss Tony, yeah, it's the FlySimWare Lear 35. Nice mix of vintage and modern. They have updated it for 2024, and I think they're doing a separate release of it for 2024 as well. It's got the Boris Audio Pack sounds built in with the stock install, so it's a really nicely done aircraft. Highly recommend. It looks the biz, Swiss Tony says. Yeah, very nice. Yep. Yeah, it's nicely done. All right, reversers, flaps, spoilers, windscreen, pitot, stall warnings, continuous ignition, reversers, recognition, light landing, strobes, weather radar. Okay, we did all that. So now that we're parked, we can go ahead and get cabin air off. Gens off. Throttles to cut off. The seatbelt signs can come off. Transponder code and mode. Back to 0. That's 2000 rather, and standby. beacon light. See, I'm parked exactly where they told me to park, but this is one glitch that I don't care for. It thinks I'm not in an official parking position, so it's not letting me set the chocks, and it won't let me set the ground power either. So that's going to be annoying. Oh, it's Swiss Tony. Now we love our stupid dad jokes here. They're all good. All right. Well, given that we can't do that, I'm going to actually just go ahead and fire the number 2 engine back up. That's going to act as our ground power unit, essentially. Cabin door on the left-hand side, we'll go ahead and get open. But anyway, yeah, we definitely had huge problems getting the engine started after we sat here on the ramp with draining the battery. So we'll keep the number 2 going as our ground power unit, essentially, and then I'll have to probably do a little bit of fuel rebalancing when we get airborne, but that's fine. I used to do that in the what was it we used to fly? The Citation? Alright, anyway. I guess that means beacon light should be on as well. So wheel chocks and ground power we couldn't do. Cabin door open. Let's go ahead. That's right, the CJ4. Yep. Thank you, Good Fixins. You got the better memory than me for sure. Alright, so let's look at my predictions and then your predictions. My predictions have to do with the flight timing and the fuel, and your predictions have to do with the descent rate upon touchdown. So we expected that our first leg was going to be ended at 8:22. We did get off just a few minutes late, so not surprising that we're down a few minutes late, but within spec for sure, and we are anticipating getting off the blocks at 9 o'clock. We got a half an hour to make that work. That should be absolutely fine. 36:26 is what we had anticipated to be left in the tanks at this point. Let's take a peek and see where we are actually. Current fuel 37.49. Okay, yeah, very close to that then. 37.49. All right, 123 extra pounds. We'll take it. Can blank that out for now. Don't need it. Well, let's look and see where we were with your predictions. So I feel like I finally got the just a gentle power reduction, and then just, you know, stop worrying about, you know, finessing the flare. Just hold that flare attitude. Just let it settle in, and that worked out really much better for us. And I felt like we were really good in terms of, yeah, we didn't have much of a side loading either. No wind, of course, that made it a little easier for us. But 102 was the number that registered when we touched down, and I felt really good about that. That was a well-executed landing. The approach itself was good, except for, holy cow, did I let the speed get really low on that approach. And I got that gear out and that third notch of flaps out, and then I really was not paying attention to how much the speed decayed once that happened. We got really, really super slow, but I got on top of that, got it corrected, and then was able to just hand fly it in from there. So that worked out okay, but man, it was scary there for a moment as I just watched that speed plummet off, and the angle of attack was really starting to get almost up into the yellow with that. So, whew, my bad on that, guys, but we got it back under control with enough time to stabilize it and get it down nice and safely in a nice gentle landing. So 102 was the number. What did you guys come in with? You guys came in at 75 and 150. So Bed Dave is going to take that one, with 75 being 27 away, but that was closer than R6 Chavez's 48 away. So Bed Dave gets the landing rate raffle for that. Uh-oh, ChatGPT kind of missed. This is yeah, okay. We have a little bit of silliness going on with ChatGPT. So So we have it holding the eggnog, but he's got me with an extra arm now. I'm holding a thermos in the right hand, holding an eggnog in the left hand, and drinking a Red Bull with the left upper hand. So a little bit of a goofy interpretation there of that image. But guys, if you want to get in on our slant artwork adventure, what you do is you cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka the alphabet points. Yeah, I hope so. Maybe we might be able to. But anyway, so yeah, cash in 500 of those channel points, and that'll put you in the queue. And when I call your name, you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. Alright. Bad Dave, where are we? KDBN on 12/24. Merry Christmas Eve to those of you who celebrate. Alright, and yeah, you are hearing correctly. We are running the engine number 2. That engine number 2 is acting as our ground power unit, or our APU, really. Auxiliary power unit, because we're not able to connect the ground power for some stupid reason here. Maybe because it's a holiday. Oh, anyway, alright, let's get leg number 2 underway. I am, first of all, going to get it filed on the network. We'll just enter it fresh, it's fine. Let's get leg number 2 filed on the network. And it does look like no VATSIM air traffic control where we are now. Okay, that's fine. Number 514, Delta Victor. We are IFR. We're going to be in a Lear 35. We are going to be a medium SBDF GRWY with an L transponder. We're departing DBN. Off block is going to be 0200. Altitude 20,000 feet. Airspeed 320. Arriving at KRHP, right-handed pitcher. It's called Western Carolina Regional. That's Andrews, North Carolina. But RHP always meant right-handed pitcher to me. Alternate is, we're going to go McGee Tyson. En route time, 34 minutes and 0253 left in the tank. This is the route that I came up with. I'll show you in Sky Vector here. We're KDBN. Paste that in KRHP. So just direct to this point bobber, and then we join this Tango 323 up to the point Biggin, which is there. And then from Biggin, we'll go to this point, No, which is just west of the airway. Not sure why they didn't just put it on the airway, but there it is, just west of the airway. And then the point Ballin, right here. The reason I've chosen Ballin is because that point starts the RNAV runway 8 approach. We can pick up that from Ballin here. And looks like no procedure turn if we get it from Mel's, but the hold entry here if we do it from Ballin. So there we go. That's why I put it in the route. PBN is a B1 or 2? B2, C2, D2, S2. Performance is a Charlie. Twitch.tv/slant Alpha Adventures. We are doing what we call a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. So this that ends up being a 3-legger. We started our fictional charter company today is based in Cobb County, Georgia. We're down here at Dublin, Georgia. We're picking up our group that is going on a Christmas hunting trip up in the western North Carolina mountains. That's why we're taking them up to Andrews. And then our third leg is going to be dropping them off and then returning the plane empty back to Cobb County. So we got 2 legs left to do for you. And we got 20 minutes before we need to be pushed and started on this one. All right, so let's go ahead and set our cargo and passenger load. Our group is now joining us, so we'll go ahead and get, not briefcases, this is a pleasure trip. We're going to go ahead and say 5 suitcases because they've got all their hunting equipment, suitcases and duffel bags. And this is Bobby and Jake and Rick facing normally, and Will and Mark and John. So quite a number of them all going on this hunting trip. John, Mark, Rick, Jake, Will, and Bobby. And suitcases and duffel bags to go with them. Okay, so that's good. Let's get an updated METAR at Dublin. KDBN. We were on the Atlanta Center frequency. We'll go ahead back to the Common Traffic Advisory frequency here for Dublin. But I'm going to go ahead and just dial in 22.8 as our en route advisory frequency, just to have that ready. Departing runway 2, and then we'll kind of cheat and get our squawk code off of VATSIM radar 2656. And we'll just assume that we're cleared as filed. Okay, let's blank out my V-speed calculator. So we got our... And what was it in terms of the... Did the METAR change at all in terms of the altimeter? Where'd the V-pilot go? There it is. So 10 statute miles. Temps 14. Need that for our V-speed calculator. 311 is our 311 is our origin elevation or ramp weight we'll get from the aircraft here in just a moment. And the altimeter 3025, which we'll set across the board here. 3025 is set 3 times already, so we're good. And our ramp weight 15,543. Yeah, no, it's dropping off as we sit here because we are burning just a slight bit of fuel in that right engine, which, as I said before, we're running as our APU because for whatever reason it's not letting us connect the ground power unit here. Saw this bird says had to ask if they release an update for the 2020 version, which improvements that are on the 2024 version for this bird. Iron Man asks. Yes. They released an update that updates it for compatibility for 2024, and then they are releasing or have released a separate standalone version with additional improvements for 2024. So yes. Yes and yes is the answer to your question, Iron. Alright, so we are at 300, origin temperature is 14 and 15.5. So our V1, so 60 Fahrenheit or 16 Celsius is the closest. 15, we're going to be between 15 and 16. So it's 115 to 122 is the range, except we're a little bit colder. So that would make it a little bit lower. And our elevation's 300, which will make it a little bit higher. So those two things basically offset each other. So I'm going to put it exactly between 115 and 122. So that's 7 apart. So we'll add 3. We'll add 4. We'll add 3. We'll make it a little bit more conservative. We'll go 118 for our V1. All right, 96.1 is going to be our engine setting. Our V1 is 118. So that's where we'll abort if we have any safety critical items happen prior to reaching that speed. If we exceed that speed, whatever safety critical items we got going on are taking airborne with us. We're going to rotate at 132. 135 will be our V2. 165 will be our flat protraction speed, which is where I'll set that one to. We do not have an initial climb. We don't have any air traffic control on to tell us. We're going to just go ahead and plan on cruising straight up to our filed cruise of 20,000. Oh, you know what? Let's just make it easier on ourselves. Got a switch that changes that to thousands. Okay. Yep. So 200. Altitude select. We're just going to maintain runway heading for now. Runway heading is, or at least the final approach course was just plain old 020. Comm radios are set, altimeters are set. Let's get the route put into our GPS. So let's go flight plan and menu and delete flight plan, enter, and yes. Push for cursor. Our initial waypoint is KDBN. So we're going to be pushed by the top of the hour. All right, yeah, we're doing okay. Enter. The first waypoint is Bobber. Nope. Bobber, enter, and then it's T323 to Biggin. Are there any points in between Bobber and Biggin that we need to put in? No. Yeah, that's just the next waypoint up the line. So BIGNN, notoriously. B. Biggin. Enter. After Biggin, it's no, KNOWW. Enter, and then Ballin, BALNN. Enter. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and put in the destination airport, which would be KRHP, right-handed pitcher. And since it's really the only, I think it's the only approach we have there is an RNAV to runway 8. And then we'll fly it as a straight in if we can, or we'll fly it as a circling to the opposite runway if we have to. Enter. But since that's the only approach there. Is that correct? Yeah, literally the only approach there. Oh, circling would be a little tight, huh? Are we allowed to fly it as a circling approach? Okay, yeah, we are. So we'll see what the wind is there. And we can fly it as a circling to 2.6 if we need to. But since it's the only approach we got, we might as well go ahead and load it in. Since we're sitting here now thinking about it. So we'll go ahead and procedure, select approach, enter, RNAV runway 8, yes, and we're coming from that point Ballin, enter, and we will load it. So bobber big and no. Whoops. And then the approach, Ballin, Hisn, and hold. And Hisn at 6,200 if we have to go missed. Okay, I think we're set there. Up the range a little bit. We're just going to go to that point bubber. Desired track 357 to bubber, so I'm going to go ahead and set that. We're just going to turn on course as soon as we can. Runway heading is a 020, and then we'll make the left turn to get on course. We do want to go back into GPS mode. Alright, so altimeters are set, nav equipment, autopilot, route setup, all done. We got the altitude select and heading select on, and then we'll join our route after that. Transponder code and mode 2656. Again, we stole that off of VATSIM radar, but since we know that's what we're assigned to, we'll go ahead and just get that in there. Whoops, I said one thing, typed in another. 2656, and altitude mode is on. Alright, and we don't have an airport diagram here, but we're just going to taxi southbound, and that'll be headed up to runway 2. Okay. Let us close all the hatches and doors. Hang on. Seatbelt signs on. Pressurization set. I don't think we even need to set pressurization. Yeah, we don't have to set pressurization unless the cruising altitude 25,000 or higher. So we can really set it the destination altitude. Destination elevation is 1699. So we can kind of set the pressure to that cabin pressure, so that when we pop the door, we'll already be at that altitude. So 1699. V speeds we did set already, and one bug was set already. Ground power and wheel chocks never got set, so they are now unset, and so we are clear to go ahead and stow that tablet. Beacon's already on because we are running that engine number 2 as our APU. We don't need to push back, but we can go ahead and start now the number 1. How bad of an imbalance do we have? Okay, the wing tanks are still full. Right tip is reading just about 500. Left tip, oh, it seems like it stayed pretty balanced. Right tip is sitting right at 500. Left tip is at 600. So we've gone 100 pounds down. Not going to worry about that. We got 13% in. We can bring the throttle out of cutoff. And gen switch on. Nope. I think I accidentally put that on when I meant to put my parking brake on, because I use a different switch for the parking brake in this aircraft just so I can keep all those other switches up. So, whoopsie, I had the continuous ignition running. Didn't have the parking brake engaged. Fortunately, we didn't roll anywhere. Alright, and cabin air can come on. And we want it to be pushed by 7 minutes from now, and we're ready to rock and roll, so we'll get off a little early. Let's go ahead and get flaps set, trim set, and control surfaces checked. Again, we're not really checking yoke movement. Somebody outside would check and make sure all of our control surfaces moved as they were supposed to, and we're going to go ahead and call that good. Alright, and we're going to taxi southbound, right? Alright, so we're facing runway heading, but we're going to have to turn around. Dublin traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor taxiing out to runway 2 for a IFR northbound departure. Dublin. Okay, on the taxi out, we can go ahead and get our weather radar turned on. Radio altimeter can be turned on. Minimum departure fuel for this leg is 2,300. We got plenty. Comm radios are set, weather radar. And then when we get to the whole short, PTO, stall warnings. Let's do a spoiler check. Reverser check. Alright, we ready to go? Dublin's looking a little bit smaller than what you're using. Oh, that's a different Dublin. Dublin, Georgia, there, Mighty Mackerel. Yeah, that would be a slightly different Dublin. Good to see you, my friend. Dublin traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 2. It's going to be straight out, and then IFR northbound departure. Climb straight up to 200 Dublin. Alright, strobes on. Forward facing lights on. PTO, stall warnings. Continuous ignition, reversers. No traffic on final. No traffic on the runway. Oh, we did have the regular hold short. I wasn't sure if that was a regular hold short line or the ILS hold short line I was at back there, but figured I'd stay short of it just to be sure. Merry Christmas to you, Mighty Macro. Good to see you. Alright, 96.1's coming at you. No warnings. Indications all normal. There's V1, and there's our rotation speed. Pitch it to the V2 plus 20, V2 plus 30, I think it actually is. Gear up, get up to 1,000. Flaps can come in. Engines back to 800. Pitch down to accelerate to 250. We can turn on course and go direct to Bobber. Alright, 800 on the engines. Dublin traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 2 and departing out to the north. Dublin. 800 on the temps, on the on the turbine temps. As it comes up through 250, we'll capture the speed in the climb. We did get gear and flaps up. We can get reversers disarmed, continuous ignition off. Okay, we'll switch it over to the en route advisory frequency. As we come up through 10, we'll pitch to 270. Okay, pressurization check. Yeah, normal there. Nothing really pressurizing. Let's kick it off of speed mode. Forward-facing lights off, and then we'll pitch down to recapture 270. It's 260. And 270. Keep the engines cranking at 800. Oh, and a yaw damper. I always forget that one. Geared flaps, continuous ignition, reversers. Landing lights, recognition, cabin pressure. We're not quite at standard altimeter yet, but I'm just going to go ahead and set everything to standard since we are going to be at 200. So we'll set 2992 across the board here. Cabin altitude. Yeah, differential pressure is fine. The cabin altitude should be about 1600. Well, we might have to manually intervene there because we're going to a place. We're going to a place that's at 1,600 feet, but the cabin's not going to need to achieve that. So So we'll manually intervene and get it to 1,600 feet. Alright, coming up on our cruise altitude, 200. Alright, we'll let the speed come up to about 320. Ease the engines back to about 760. Seatbelt signs can come off. We can kick it up just a little bit. I'll take the engines to 780. All right, let's do a little bit of fuel rebalancing here. Since I used, so in the right tip we're down to 400, and the left tip we're at 500. So let's open the cross flow and turn off the left-hand jet pump. Right, nope. Did that shut our engine down? Okay, so that's obviously not the right way to do it. I mean, I think that would fix the balance. Clearly, that's not the right way to do it. Maybe turn that on. So the wing tanks are still full at 1254 apiece. Fuselage tank is empty. The right tip is at 4, maybe about 350. The left tip is about 500. With the cross flow open, jet pumps I guess have to stay on. And let that run just like that for a few minutes and see if it fixes the balance. So obviously turning off the jet pump, bad. Don't do that. Alright, how are we doing on the speed? Peaking up just a little bit faster than 320, so I'm going to bring the engines back just a tiny little bit. Okay, pretty good. Alright, and then let's see if the balance is any better. So the left tip is now at 400. Right tip is still 300. Cross flow is open. And the left standby pump is on. Okay, again, I'm not 100% certain how the balancing works in this aircraft anyway. All right, speed's good at 300 there. What's our desired track? 347. Okay, so we can make the gauge make a little bit of sense there. Desired track's actually 348. Yeah, so I'm still trying to fix our slant artwork adventure, which has me with too many arms. But I'll bring that back to show you where it stands here in just a moment. And we are done with the chart for Dublin. And the only chart we have at Andrews is this RNAV approach to runway 8. Looks like it's a little bit of an offset too. It doesn't come in, comes at a 061, so it's going to require us to make about a 20-degree turn on short final. Terrain's a little challenging here. We don't even know actually if I'm going to fly this as an approach to runway 8 or as an approach to circling approach to runway 26. I guess we need to see. Oh, and by the way, did my visits at Dublin get recorded? Yeah, I did get an email confirming the visit. So we're visiting. So we're doing a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. For those of you just joining late. Hang on. Okay, still trying to fix the slant artwork adventure, guys. I apologize. Anyway, it's a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. So we do, it ends up being a 3-hopper here in the Lear 35. And I guess maybe I should show you the Lear 35. Got some traffic passing over us in and out of Atlanta, no doubt. But we're in the Lear 35, and this is kind of a simulation of what it might feel like if we worked for a private charter company and we were based at a specific airport where we clock in and we prep the plane and we start our day and we end our day there. Like at the end of the day, we have to end at the same base that we started at. What we simulate on these is simply, in our case, a one-way charter pickup and drop-off. So we end up doing 3 hops, though, right? We start at our base. Leg 1 is our base to the pickup point. Leg 2 is the pickup point to the drop-off point. And we leave the group there at wherever they are. And then leg 3 is returning from the drop-off point empty back to base. So it ends up being 3 legs to do 1 trip. But that's if you're doing a one-way charter movement, that's kind of just the way it goes. 2 empty legs, and 1 in the middle is called the revenue leg. That's the one that you're actually earning the money for. Of course, they price them accordingly so that the whole operation still is a profitable one. That's why these things are part of the reason these things are so expensive. But what we're simulating today is a group that was down in Dublin, Georgia, and they are going on a Christmas hunting trip up in the western North Carolina mountains. We chose these airports because we're choosing airports to fly from tonight that are part of the Atlanta ARTCC's Pilot Passport Challenge. Now, we did have Atlanta ARTCC center. We had center controller on earlier. They've since called it an early night. Got plans tomorrow, perhaps, for the holiday. But we are on, and we are flying along here on our leg number 2. And the Pilot Passport Challenge, 3 different books, Airline Captain, Corporate Pilot, and Bug Smasher. This is the one we're going to stamp next. But 3 different Pilot Passport Challenges you can sign up for, and there's no reason you shouldn't sign up for all of them. And then as you visit each one on the VATSIM network, here's the one that we just took off from, you'll get your passport stamped for that location, and then they do nice little recognition for anybody that actually completes the challenge. So as we get to Ballin, we're going to be 6,200 then to Heisen. We can go at or above 6,200 to Heisen. So we'll just say 7,000 at Heisen. So if we're at 20,000, we want to be at 7,000 by Heisen. So we got, we're at 20, we need to be at 7. We got 13 to lose, and I want 3.5 miles per 1,000 to lose it. So we want 46 miles to descend to Heisen. We go to our flight plan page, push for the cursor, let's flip forward. 56. So in about 10 more miles, we're going to want to go ahead and start that descent. And I said 7,000, so we're going to go ahead and clear ourselves down to 7,000. Yeah, we got some folks that departed Atlanta, but nobody else in our path. So we'll go ahead and clear ourselves down to 7,000. Go ahead and get the windshield heat and the seatbelt signs on. And by the way, what's the common traffic advisory frequency here? It is indeed 122.8, so good. We'll leave it as that. All right, we're going to descend at 280. So forget what I said, but we're coming up on it now. So 290, 280. Let's go ahead and get altitude select and speed mode. Alright, so it'll then pitch to, and what's our ground speed? 344. So 5 times that. 5 times 3 is 15. 5. So that's 1750 is going to be the descent rate that we want to achieve here. 1850 maybe. And then we do need to get our pressurization. So our landing altitude is about 1600. Our cabin altitude is currently lower than that. Nope. We want to raise that, raise that, raise that. $500 feet a minute's fine. Okay. So we want the cabin altitude to be about 1600 because that's going to be the outside altitude when we get there. So we're going to work on that pressurization. We're coming back through standard, we're back into standard flight levels. So let's do a METAR at KRHP. Wind is calm there, so we'll just fly this straight into runway 8. And the altimeter 3028 there. $30.28. $30.28. $30.28. So we should have 10,000 feet to go, and we were 16 and change going to 7,000. Okay, so we're doing good in terms of our descent profile. I'm actually going to kick it into vertical speed hold mode. We'll slow it down slightly, get it back down to a true 280. Actually, let's go ahead and slow it to 250 here. Minimums for LP 4160. So we'll say 4200. I got it 240. We'll just go ahead and keep it at 240. Well, and let's check on our fuel. Left tip is down to about 200. Right tip is down to next to nothing. Alright, well, let's just close. I clearly don't know how to balance the fuel in this thing. That'll require a little bit of further research. That's fine, though. Nah, it's still working on fixing the artwork adventure, guys. Alright, for his one, we're 15 miles away, and we've got 4,000 to lose. We're doing really well on the profile. We're coming down through 10. Let's get forward-facing lights on. And how are we doing with the cabin altitude? Alright, we are going from Ballin to Hizen. And then we are going to need to do this hold turn at Hizen. So we're going to turn outbound on a 241, and then we'll turn contrary to the hold pattern to come back to Hizen. We may... Yeah, it does look like it's got that depicted pretty well here. So we're gonna let the GPS just fly it like it's going to. I was going to manually intervene for that part, but it looks like we're good to go there. Alright, still stuck with the slant artwork adventure. Alright, friends. Almost at the point arisen. Alright, so obviously I've been reading that wrong the entire time. I was reading that in hundreds, that's in thousands. Alright, well, we'll get that sorted out. Okay, so we're at 7. We are entering the hold. The hold is between 6,200 and 14,000. Western Carolina traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is entering the hold at Hizen for the RNAV runway 8 approach, Western Carolina. Alright, we'll see if this new image is any better. Alright, and then the ref. I gotta get the VREF speeds in here. VRS 125. Second bug's going to be at 150, which is our flap 3 speed. And then our flap 1 speed is 200. We can actually go ahead and get flaps 1 in. Alright friends, you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number positive or negative representing a descent rate in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. 061 is the final approach course. Yeah, that's not happy with how slow we're going. We'll speed it up a little bit. Alright. Anyway, no bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative, represents your guess as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface, and whoever is closest will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, next to be pulled on New Year's Day. Alright, and let's go ahead and make sure we're canceling the hold here. I'm not even sure how to cancel the hold. What we can do is let's go one more down and let's just go direct, enter, and activate. And then rug, you'll be at or below 4,200. I think we got the image fixed. I had to kind of start it from scratch. So it's not, the jet's not really being pulled, per se, by the team of reindeer, but there it is. But at least I have the correct number of arms now. But if you want to get in on our slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel, our alphabets points, as they're called. And then you can let me know what you would like to add to or modify regarding that image. That's, we're back up to a respectable speed of 190. We've got flaps 1 out. We'll get flaps 2 in gear with the flaps 2 and gear with the glide path, not glide slope per se, but glide path. Okay, so the auto was working just fine. So the cabin altitude, I was reading that as 500 and 1,000. That's cabin altitude in terms of thousands. So when it got it to 1,600, I should have just left it alone. It was doing fine. All right, well, we got that sorted out. Western Carolina traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor's passing his and inbound on the RNAV runway 8 for the straight in. Western Carolina. Going to be a left-hand turnoff if we make it down. That glide path is coming down. We'll let the plane join that. Go ahead and get the second notch of flaps and the gear. And then we're just going to have to confirm now. Melvin, what do you want to add to that, sir? We do go missed 6,200 is going to be the missed approach altitude. So let's make sure we get past that, and then I'll set the 6,200 as the missed approach altitude. Oh, see the runway. Alright, Ruggy is the final approach fix. Make sure we're 4,200. Melvin, go ahead and let me know what you'd like to add to the image. Well, World War II era cartoon. Okay, we'll get that when we get on the ground here.
Ball bearings. What the hell you need ball bearings for?
Let's get it slowed down to our final approach speed. And we'll get our final notch of flaps in. And I am going to hand fly it from here. Heaven help us, my airplane. We get the continuous ignition on, we get the thrust reversers armed. Okay, we're below glide slope now, so I'm going to pitch up. Get the third notch of flaps in, but we're going to add some power back in, make sure the speed doesn't drop off too badly here. And we're past Ruggy, and we're at 38, so I guess we were at 42 at Ruggy. Hopefully we were. Alright, gears down to green. Missed approach altitude 6,200 set. Right. Is it a right-hand turnoff? Climbing, no, it's a left-hand turnoff. Climbing left if we go missed. And left-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully as well. Yeah, this is a little bit of a challenge here. Keep the predictions coming in for the landing rate as well. Okay, there's 2 reds, 2 whites. Speed right where we want it. And again, just a modest reduction in power, and just hold the pitch attitude. Let the planes slow down and settle in. God, that was a hit. I felt like I had it flared nicely, but man, it just thunked in anyway. Oh well. Western Carolina traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 8, Western Carolina. Flaps stowed, windshield heat, pitot, stall warnings, continuous ignition, continuous ignition and reversers. We got the flaps and spoilers stowed. We can get the radio altimeter off and the weather radar off. Yeah, I felt like, and maybe I just pulled the power down too aggressively. I felt like I just barely pulled the power back, and I've had the flare attitude right as I wanted it, so I don't know. I don't know. Do we have any marshalers here? If not, I'm just going to assume that that building over our right shoulder is where we're going to drop our friends off. I guess they've got their car waiting for them here, so... Oh, car's going to leave without him. Alright, parking brake on. Let's pull the correct lever for that this time. I wonder if so I didn't have the parking brake engaged. I wonder if that's why I had trouble getting the ground power connected last time. That could explain it. Anyway, let's make sure I did everything on the way in. Reversers, flaps, and spoilers. Windscreen, pitot, stall warning, continuous ignition, reversers. Disarmed, recognition, lights off, landing strobes. Did I get the strobes off? No. And the weather radar I did as well. Alright, now that we're down, we'll go ahead and get the cabin air off. Get the engine gens off. Get the cutoff levers. Seatbelt signs. Transponder mode and code. 2000 in standby. Beacon light. Alright, now let's see if we can connect the wheel chocks and ground power. So that may have just been the entire time that I've been having trouble with that since the last update. That may have just simply been, I had normally put the parking brake on this switch, but that's the left continuous ignition. So parking brakes are on that. Oh shoot. Now I gotta turn the hydraulic pump back on. Now I can set those. Okay, good. Whoopsie. So now I got the parking brake set. Now let's see if we can... Yeah, so that might have been the problem the whole time. Chocks and ground power now set. So I just got to make sure if that glitch happens again, I just got to double check that I've pulled the correct lever for my parking brake. That might be the issue. Alright, but we can go ahead and get the cabin door open, and then we will unload our passengers. Yeah, firm is what may have been needed on this relatively short runway, says. says JG Mathis. Yeah, possibly, but I really did feel like I had flared it. The first landing, go back and look at the first landing. The first landing was gorgeous. Oh, well. Let me get ChatGPT working on our... Okay, so it's working on that. Let's go ahead and check my predictions in terms of our fuel and flight timing. And we did get it off about 5 minutes early, I think. So let's check my predictions in terms of our fuel and flight timing, and then we'll check your predictions in terms of the descent rate upon touchdown. So we had said 949, and we should have almost 2,700 pounds left. 944, so yeah, we got off a couple minutes early, we landed a couple minutes early, so timing-wise, worked out perfectly. And then let's see what's left in terms of fuel. We go over here. Fuel remaining is 2,647, and I was predicting 2,687, so we're almost dead on the money there. 40 pounds short, but man, I'll take that as a close enough estimate. And then let's see how you guys do. Well, I hope somebody guessed on the high side in terms of the descent rate, because yeah, we kind of plunked it in. $262 is what registered. I mean, not terrible, but definitely felt like a pretty firm touchdown. I don't know if I probably won't get a tip on that one from our charter group. But anyway, they're getting off the plane. They're getting ready to go hunting anyway. They're not thinking about me. So who had the highest guess? 105, 170, 134, 96, and 150. So Mighty Mackerel gets it. At KRHP on 12/24. All right, congrats. We got one final leg to go, friends. I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling. I'll go ahead and get my third flight plan filed, and I get it punched in the sky vector just so we can see it. Guess we can reset the master warning here. And in case any VATSIM air traffic control should happen to pop back on, we'll let them have a chew at it. Right now, it doesn't look like there's anybody there. The GPS very nicely flew that hold, by the way. All right, well, it didn't really change too much, Melvin. It didn't really change too much. Now, I don't know what I got in my mouth there either. Some light bulb in my mouth. I'm not sure. But there you go. There's our World War II era cartoon depicting me sitting on top of a Lear 35 being pulled aside by a team of reindeer. Anybody who wants to get in on that action, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then let me know what you would like to add to or modify with that image. Mackerel says I've had worse. Yeah, I mean, like I said, not the worst, but there was definitely no doubt aboard the aircraft that a landing had occurred. So sometimes that's what you need. Let's get that third and final flight plan filed on the network just in case VATSIM air traffic control were to come on. We can actually pop it into SkyVector here first. We're going to be KRHP, and then that route back to KRYY. We'll go on the low map, and we'll see that we're going to rejoin the airway here at Helen. Actually, we're not rejoining the airway. We're just going to Helen, and then we're going to kind of parallel the airway to this point, No, and then this point, Austin, and then Austin is where we join the Dahan 3 arrival, which leads us back into Cobb County, and then we'll see what approach we want to do at Cobb County in addition to that. But that's our flight plan for leg number 3. They got a long EZ parked at the field shop SS. Nice. But anyway, let's go ahead and get this. Let's go ahead and get this filled in. We are still going to be in November 514 Delta Victor IFR. We're a Lear 35. We're a medium SBDF GRWY. I said. Transponders an L. We're departing from K. RHP. We're going to be off block 325. Yeah, that's just over half an hour away. That's plenty. We can make that. We're only going to go 10,000 because fairly short flight. Arrival is K. Ooh, wait a minute. Yeah, KRYY. I have it right. Alternate is KLGC. En route time, just 20 minutes. Fuel endurance, 0202. Route details are what we already showed you. PBN is going to be a B2, C2, D2, S2. Performance is a trolley. And we are at twitch.tv/slant alpha adventurous. That filed. All right. There we are. Let us take a quick break out of the cockpit, a little liquid recycling action. And then we'll be back with you for leg 3, which is just our return to base. Going back to Cobb County Airport in Cobb County, Georgia, just north and west of Atlanta. And we'll get that underway in just a moment. Merry Christmas Eve, everybody, and thank you for riding along with us on our day in the life of a corporate charter pilot here on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. It continues in just a moment. Sit tight. Okay, friends, back with you. Thank you very kindly for your patience as we continue a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot as we are flying among the airports listed as part of the Atlanta ARTCC's Pilot Passport Challenge. Again, this is 3 different lists that are maintained on the Atlanta website. I'll show you. Just go to the main website first so we can show you how to get back to this. But here's the Atlanta ARTCC website, ztlartcc.org. And if you go under pilots, it's this bottom one, Pilot Passport Challenge. So what it is there's 3 different passport books. One is geared toward, the larger, commercial air carrier operations, not necessarily larger than the other 2 lists, but commercial air carrier operations, and obviously Atlanta and Charlotte are the 2 airports that you think of in this airspace, but there are a number of smaller, like regional hubs where they have air carrier operations, smaller regional jet type of operations there. So they're encouraging you. The whole purpose of this thing is to encourage you to go to other places within the Atlanta airspace besides just the same Atlanta, Hartsfield to Charlotte. So it's just a nice way to reward you for visiting other places in the airspace. And there's 3 different lists. The airline captain, again, Atlanta and Charlotte, but a whole bunch of other regional commercial air carrier passenger service places. Corporate pilot goes to a bunch of places where there are a lot of charter operations. And then the Bug Smashers where you see more general aviation focus. But 2 of the airports we visited today, by the way, Dublin and here Western Carolina, are on the Bug Smasher list, but we've decided to visit them in our charter operation here, our pretend charter operation. By the way, what we've done and what we do with these, oh look, it's the All Scheduled Descent is here with us. Do I get bonus points for flying to these places in real life? No, but that is a pretty cool story. This approach coming into Western Carolina was pretty fun. A nice little place tucked into the mountains here that we got into in the Learjet just now. But the way we do this corporate charter stream, and again, this is just our own invention, but we make up a pretend charter company that we're flying for. So we're based at a specific airport in a specific region, and tonight we're based in Cobb County, Georgia. And our group was going from Dublin, Georgia, up to the the western mountains, the mountains of western North Carolina. As I said, part of 2, I should do some HCF tours. Well, you want to look at my show schedule then. We definitely did set aside a day in January where we're going to start to look at the Honolulu version of this very same thing. But for today, as we're based in Cobb County, so we've flown down to Dublin. We picked up our group that's leaving from Dublin, going on their Christmas hunting trip up in the Western Carolina mountains. And we're dropping them off here. We've actually just dropped them off here. I'm going to need to adjust the passenger load and payload to reflect that we've dropped them off. And then we'll head on back to Cobb County. So that's the way these streams always work out. It's the 3-hopper. Base to the pickup point to the drop-off point back to base. Our passport book has been stamped for tonight's visit to Western Carolina. It was also stamped for our visit to Dublin. Again, these are all on the Bug Smasher list, so these are airports that are more general aviation oriented, but if you look at the other list, you got the corporate pilot list. We still have a handful to knock out on this one. We've got a number that we've done. Actually, is it 1, 2? We've only got 3 more to do on this one. I forget what DNL is. AUO, I forget what that is. LGC is Lagrange. And then on the airline captain, I think we've only got 2 left as well. We got Chattanooga and Athens. Everything else we've done. So yeah, knocking them out bit by bit, and as our friend said, part of 2 insinuated, they've got a version of this on the Honolulu, the Honolulu Control Facility website on VATSIM as well. Has this basically same exact setup with listed airports within their region of control. So so really neat little thing that they've implemented, and again, the whole purpose is to encourage VATSIM traffic at places besides the 1 or 2 major airports within the vicinity there. All right, so there's our 3rd flight plan. We've got it We've got it filed, and let's go ahead, and we got the RNAV approach to runway 8. That's the only thing we've got in terms of a airport diagram, and I think we're going to want to depart runway 26 just from a terrain standpoint. It looks like departing runway 8 puts us right into this terrain, so we can depart 26 if the wind is still calm. We'll check that in just a moment. We do want to get the DHON 3 arrival and its continuation page. So move that over there. Sky vector. Airport diagram at our origin. We're actually just picking it up from this point, Austin. So Austin, DHON at 8,000. Expect 8,000. So we're going to just assume that that is what we're going to do. And then T-Falls. And then from T-Falls, we split off, right? Where do we split off to? Well, the continuation page tells you that. Landing RYY. It's going to be DHON to T-Falls and then Spiker. And then after Spiker, expect radar vectors to the final approach course. So we're going to be taking, this westernmost fork here to Spiker, and then we'll get vectored down to Cobb County. Since we are pretty much on our own, number one, let's see if a departure on runway 26 makes sense here. Branch point is what is the technical term. Says off schedule descent. Yep, and then a transition leg, a transition portion of the procedure is what it's called thereafter. METAR KRHP. So let's see if it's still, the wind is calm here, so it makes sense to depart 26 just to get A, away from the terrain, and B, headed in the direction that we intend to go. 302 and 13. So we'll look at those values in just a moment. And then METAR at our destination, KRYY. Wind is calm, 10 statute miles clear, 3027. Let's go ahead and kind of just get an idea what approach we're going to want to fly back at Cobb County. Just for S's and G's, if we Google DATIS and KATL arrival, so they are still using, in the real world at Atlanta, they are still landing westbound. So you figure you probably would have the satellites operating in that same direction. That's not a given necessarily, and I think it's a class Delta, so it's probably the tower's not even open at this time. It would be completely our choice. But it does appear that ILS-27 is the primary approach even, so we can kind of just assume that that's going to be what they prefer to give us. And then we park down here on the southwestern side of the field to start with. You can actually go ahead and just get the airport diagram up in front of us as well. So to head back to where we started, we would land on 27, roll it out long, and then turn off to the left. Maybe Bravo 2 straight into the ramp here. Okay, so I think that's a good plan. Let's go ahead and set to it, shall we? Yeah, off schedule says, and this is perfectly why I like to fly it. I have decided to go ahead and start flying a little bit more RNAV capable overall in the stream, and you've noticed that off schedule descent, just because there's so many places there where there are no longer conventionally navigable airways published. You know, you could still kind of put a VOR to VOR plan together if you really want to cobble it together, but just in terms of, you know, not flying something that is so different than everybody else and having the controllers have to, you know, weave your random route in along with everyone else's, it's just easier on everybody if you, you know, go ahead and throw a Garmin in this thing and fly it that way. But yeah, it definitely is a nice mix of a vintage and modern, and we go ahead and just use the least capable of the Garmin, which I think is the 530 there. Yep. Lots and lots of fun, and we've done a lot of both of those things on this channel. Anyway, let's go ahead and get it set up for our third and final leg. We had said we were going to try and be off block by, what, 3:20 Zulu time? Is that what I said? 3:25. Yeah, we can still do that. That's still 15 minutes and change away. All right, so taking it from the top, we'll go ahead and set our cargo and passenger load. We've got we've kicked everybody out, so we go here. We can go ahead and say that John and Rick and Jake and Mark and Will and Bobby have left the building. All of their suitcases and duffel bags have been retrieved as well. So that is now, we are now empty in terms of passenger and cargo load, and it's just us two in the front seats heading back to our base. We got the updated METAR information. 3027 and temperatures 14. So temperatures 14, origin elevation here 1699, and our ramp weight is 13,350. So we've burned a lot of fuel, and when we've kicked off our payload, so our V1 is going to be a little different, a little lower. Our V speeds are all going to be lower because of the reduced weight. We are at, we're closer to 2,000, so we'll look at that chart. 13, we're closer to 13, and our temperature is 14, so we're here. So 105 is our V1, but it's a little higher because we're a little higher than 13,000, but it's a little lower because we're a little lower than 16 Celsius, and it's a little lower because we're a little lower than 2,000. We'll just say 105. Those factors are all going to cancel each other out, and we'll just go with 105. So 105 is our V1. If we have any safety critical items occur prior to reaching 105, we will abort the takeoff. Our VR is going to be 125. So we exceed 105. We take whatever problems we got going on airborne with us, and we'll rotate at 125. So that's where that second bug will go. And then our V2 is going to be 126. So we'll just, you know, we don't need a separate bug for that. But our our flap retraction speed is going to be 156. So we'll set that right there. So that's what we'll pitch to maintain until we get up to 1,000. And then we'll retract the flaps. So we might even keep that V2 plus 30 going a little bit higher, just to make sure we're clear of all the terrain before we retract flaps and pitch down to accelerate. Maybe we'll make sure we are through. Let's make sure we're through 7,700 before we do that. Seb says, I'm going to get a flight stick and throttles and want to fly on VATSIM. Any ATO recommendations? Well, it depends on, I would say just ATOs, we've got some really good active ones kind of spread around the world. Seb, if you're in the U.S. And you're more airline based, we've got Southwest Virtual. If you're in the U.S. and you're more general aviation based, we've got the Pilot Club. But the Russian ATO is very active if that's the part of the world you're in, and there's several of them. VATSIM UK and BA, British Airways Virtual, that operate in the UK. So you got a number to choose from, and yeah, you can just the list, by the way. I'll get you that. List of the ATOs is right there, but hopefully that's helpful to you in terms of the information. All right, so we got the ATIS. Comm radios are set, so 122.8 is the common traffic advisory frequency at our origin. It's also going to be our en route advisory frequency, and then back at Cobb County, looks like the tower is 125.9er. So when we left there, we were talking to Atlanta Center. But arriving there, we're going to be on the tower frequency 125.9, or using it as a common traffic advisory frequency. We'll have that set to go. All right, there's nobody to issue us our clearance, but it does look like 2675 is our squawk. Alright, so comm radios are set. Altimeters, we said, were what now? 3029. So we'll set that across the board. Times 3. Field elevation's right about 1600. Okay, that's pretty close to what we're showing. Let's get into our flight plan and blank that out and enter the new one. So we'll go to the menu. Let's delete the flight plan, enter, and yes. Push for the cursor. Our origin is KRHP, right-handed pitcher. Enter. And the first waypoint that we're going to is Helen, H-E-L-N-N. H-E-L. Getting better with this in terms of quick entry. Taking me a little while to get used to it, but getting there. So Helen, enter. Cursor's on the next one. No, K-N-O-W-W. N. O. W. W. Enter. And then Awson, A-W-S-O-N. Enter. And then I'm going to enter the destination because we got the arrival procedure and then the approach procedure, but we'll enter those kind of right off the procedure button, which we have to enter the destination airport first. So K R Y Y. Alright, so procedures, we'll select our approach, yes. No. Back out of that. Back out of that. We'll select our arrival. Enter. And we're going to select the DHON 3. Enter. No transition. How do we select no transition? I guess we don't. Oops. Yeah, so how we do that? Oh. Remove waypoint. Yes. Remove waypoint. Yes. Remove waypoint. Yes. Okay. So after no, and then it's Awson. Okay, and then the DHON 3. All right, that works. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but it worked. Spiker. Okay, Spiker is the correct transition fork off of T-Falls, Spiker. And then we got the man sequence, and then we'll go to procedures again. And we'll select our approach, yes. And we'll select the ILS-27, enter. Are we going to need up view? Yeah, we'll load it in from op view just to have the extra point in case we need it. Enter. And then we'll load it. And yes, we know that we have to tune it also, but we will load it in for monitoring. Alright, so let's push for cursor to make sure that that's all in there. Awson. DHON, and then op view hours, and then the runway, and then missed approach is tippy, right? 1600 and then tippy. Okay, so that's all correct. We can get out of there, bump up the range a little bit so we can see the Point Helen, and we can get out of there, and we can get, we're in the correct page that we want to be in. All right, so we're good to go with the route entry. Back to the setup. So we got the route entered. Initial altitude, we're just going to assume that we're going straight up to 10,000. So 6,000 and then 10,000, and then we'll go ahead and arm the altitude select. We're going to assume that we're departing runway heading, although I think we're going to need to make a left turn for terrain off the runway, but runway heading. Well, we'll just assume 260. Don't really have a chart that tells us that. .260. Desired track to the first point is a 188. So we'll get that set just as a guidance tool. Our direct path to that point is going to change slightly after we fly a little bit westbound, but that's okay. 188 is a good starting point. And we will start in heading mode. Alright, transponder code in mode 2675. So 2675. And we'll go ahead and put it in mode Charlie right now. Alright, we can go ahead and close up the aircraft. Whoops. Close up the cabin door. Seatbelt signs on, even though we aren't carrying any passengers. We'll go ahead and do it anyway. Just keep the procedure consistent. Our arrival altitude, I think it's 311 feet. Is destination elevation to 311. So, yeah, we'll set that in terms of our target pressure. These speeds, did I get them set already? I did. What's the engine? 97.3. So 97.3, and then did we do 105, 125, and 156? Okay, we did all that. Ground power, chocks, and tablet. Okay, ground power, we do have the parking brake is engaged, so we can disconnect our ground power. Get rid of the wheel chocks, and then we can stow the tablet. Alright, beacon light can come on. We don't need to push back. We can start with the number 2. We'll go ahead and get that fired up. As it comes through 13%, we'll pull it out of cutoff. While we're waiting for that to come up, minimum departure fuel 2,063. Looks like we got about 2,600 sitting in there, so we're good there. Okay, monitoring temperatures. Engine seems stable. We'll go ahead and get the generator switch on, and then we'll start the number 1. Through 13, we'll get the throttle out of cutoff. Monitoring temperatures. Seems like everything is coming up normally. Generator on. Go ahead and get our cabin air on. Do our control surface check. Obviously, we're checking the movement of the control surfaces outside the plane really more than we are checking sim hardware and software alignment, but all good. We'll go ahead and get flaps and trim. I like to have the trim set to the very beginning of that range, because the plane tends to want to jump up otherwise, so I don't want to trim it up any higher than it calls for. And we are ready to rock and roll. We're going to depart 26, so we're going to taxi kind of straight ahead. Where are we? Western Carolina traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor taxi into runway 26 for IFR southbound departure, Western Carolina. Okay. Going over our left shoulder, but I'll go to where it appears to be the correct spot to join the taxiway. Since we're pulling away from the ramp now, we can go ahead and get the weather radar on, get the radio altimeter on. Brake check. Spoiler check. Reverser check. Use the recognition light as our taxi light, I guess. Alright. Pizza heat. Stall warnings. Continuous ignition. Reversers. Landing lights. Strobe lights. Western Carolina traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 26. IFR southbound will be a left-hand turnout. Western Carolina. And we are going to keep the V2 plus 30 up to, what do we say, 7,700. We are going to climb straight up to our cruise altitude, our intended cruise altitude of 10,000. Alright, all systems are go. 97.3 coming at you. V1. There's a rotation. Positive rate, gear coming up. Pitch to maintain the V2 plus 30. Western Carolina traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor's clear of runway 26. And then the left-hand turnout after we reach 8,000. Western Carolina. Pull the engines back to 800. Hey there, 7700, flaps in, pitch down, left turn. We'll accelerate to 250, but it looks like we're going to get almost to 10,000 here. So we'll just accelerate to 320. Let's get it stabilized back down to 3. Yeah, back down to 10,000. Pull a little power out here. Get a nice stable descent going if we can. Let's go flight plan, cursor, direct, enter. And nav. And we'll altitude select this at 10,000. Get the autopilot engaged. The yaw damper engaged. That's the one I always forget. We can get the reversers disarmed. Continuous ignition off. And since we're at 10, we can get forward-facing lights off as well. Desired track, like I said, yeah, it changed somewhat because we... Oh, do we miss Helen? Oh, it's already taking us to the next waypoint. Okay, good. It's got us. So desired track now 168, so we can make the gauge make sense. And it's getting us on that, so no problem there. And we want to keep the speed about 320, so I'm going to put a little bit of power back into the engines. We'll go to about 750. Okay, think we got everything done. We got gear up. Yeah, gear up and flaps up. Thrust reversers were disarmed, and continuous ignition was turned off. And cabin pressure's fine. We're going to be landing at 300. Cabin altitude's showing about that right now, so I think we're all set there. Speed's running away a little bit. 330. We're aiming for 320. I'll just pull just a tiny bit of power out. Alright, we're expecting 8,000 at Dehan. Well, we only need what our top of descent is, what, 7 miles prior to Dehan? So basically, our top of descent is the point Austin. I guess at Act 10 we can turn the seatbelt signs off. Alright, well, let's see if we can get back on track in terms of nice smooth landing.
Come on, man.
Cross Hyperoo is here.
Yeah.
And by the way, so here is our slant artwork adventure for the evening in a World War II style cartoon depict me sitting on top of a Lear 35 being It says being pulled by a team of reindeer, although the reindeer are depicted off to the side. Red Bull in one hand, eggnog in the other hand. So if you want to add to or modify that image, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. That's a lore-accurate slant pick. Yeah, these slant artwork adventures have been a lot of fun across with them. We've recently resurrected. We tried this activity a year and a half ago or so. We were using a different AI art generator. It didn't do as well with the requests. What do we got armed here? Oh, okay, it's armed the next leg. We haven't quite intercepted it yet. Desired track here is a 242. So it didn't quite do as well with the descriptions. ChatGPT now does a fantastic job with them. So we've resurrected the activity. 500 of the Twitch channel points gets you in on that. At the bottom of the chat panel, you got the alphabets points, aka the Twitch channel points. The button next to that tells you how many you have, and you can click on that button and cash in 500 of those. So Cross, it is your turn. I see you put the request in. So Cross, it is your turn. Let me know, just in a few words or a sentence, how you would like to modify that image. And it doesn't have to be perfectly articulated. If I get the gist of it, I will interpret it for you. I don't know how it's going to depict that, but all right. So I have an idea. I think I've got it. All right, it's chewing on, or just near the White House, I guess, says Cross. Yeah, that's kind of where I landed with it. So, yep. All right, well, let's start setting up for our approach here. We're going the Dahan 3. We're going to be at 8,000 at Dahan, and then we're taking this point Spiker, and then from Spiker, we're going to be down to the ILS runway 27 into Cobb County. So 7 miles prior from Dahan. Yeah, okay, so we want to go ahead and start descending down to 8,000 there. So we'll get the windshield heat on, seatbelt signs on. Altitude selected, so go ahead and pull the power back. And I'm going to go ahead and, since we're just about to go under 10,000, we got to get the power all the way back down to 250. Matter of fact, we're so close in here, I'm going to just let the speed come off to about 210 before we start the descent. And then passing Dahan, we're going to take it down to 5,000. $111.9, 273. Minimums 1211. That's 200 above ground level. I'm going to set it to 300 just to have that extra buffer. We'll say 1300 for round figures, just to round up. Say 350. 1300 when I'm adding 90. Yeah, we'll say 400. Let's go ahead and change to the common traffic advisory frequency, which is 25.9. And I'll tell you what, we're already kind of heading out to this point spiky. Let's just get ourselves vectored for the approach. Spiker, not spiky. So let's go ahead and just get vectored for that, and we need to be at 3,500 at Outview. 3,500 or above. So we got about 4,500 to lose in 16 miles. So we're doing good in terms of our descent profile here. Let's go ahead and get our V-speed set. .117 is the VREF. I do think the plane gets a little unstable with these lower speeds, so I'll probably come in a little bit higher than that. 150 is our flaps 3 speed. 200 is our flaps 1 and gear speed. Final approach course 273. We'll just go ahead and get the course set now. Matter of fact, what I'm going to do is just fly the heading here, and then we'll switch that over to VOR. Mary Chrysler Building, says the aviator. So Cross, it did great. It did great. Not only did it add the White House, but it added the escorts, and maybe even a missile or a laser or something. Oh, yeah, it doesn't have the tip tanks. That's true. That's pretty good, though. All right, so we got the approach guidance starting to come in. All right, let's real quick do a approach briefing. Approach frequency in course set, missed approach frequency in course. It is going to be 115.4 and 288. Let's get this set real quick. 15, 4, and 288. Approach and course frequency set, missed approach frequency in course, missed approach altitude is going to be a slight right turn to straight to 16, right to 35. And a left-hand turn-off if we make it down successfully. Oops. And wind is calm. We do have some visibility issues, but we're going to be okay. We got 16 miles to lose another 2,000 feet, so I'm going to add a little throttle and shallow up this descent. All right. So 16, straight to 16, and then right to 35 if we go missed. Left-hand turn off if we make it down. Let's just go ahead and get nav mode and glide slope. And let's go ahead and start getting the speed down. No longer altitude selected, so what did I say? 35 is already set, so that's good. Alright, so we're below 200. We're already descending on glide slope. We can get flaps and gear out. Let's just make sure, just to be doubly sure, because we intercepted it higher than the procedure calls for. Let's just make sure that at 7.2, we're at 3,000, just to make sure we're not on a false glide slope lobe here. Oh, below 10, forward-facing lights could have come back on, and now that we're on final, we'll get continuous ignition and reversers armed. Cobb County traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is 9 miles out for the straight-in runway 27, Cobb County. Alright, at this speed we can definitely go flaps 2. Don't see the runway yet. Maybe right here in the haze. That's 7.2. We said we needed to be at 3,000. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're right on the profile here. So I would say this is not a false lobe. We have intercepted the correct glide slope signal. And that is indeed our runway coming into view there. Alright friends, you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary on this channel for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We know that you need a descent rate either way. And the winning closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, which will next be pulled a week from tomorrow, New Year's Day. We get the 5 out, we'll go ahead and get the final notch of flaps in, and I'll take over manual control as we slow to our final approach speed. Alright, we're inside of 5. Under 150, final notch of flaps coming in. We'll add some power back to make sure we don't hit the brakes too hard. And my airplane. Alright, gear down to green. Landing flaps set and checked. Missed approach out to 3,500 set. Straight to 16. General right to 35 if we go missed. Left hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Cobb County traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor 3 out for runway 27, Cobb County. Landing checks are complete. Ooh, got some power lines there to miss. That can't be accurate. So we're going to land long, but I needed to land long in order to miss the power lines there. Alright, coming down at a good clip. Let's just get into the flare attitude now. I kind of dropped the nose a little bit hard. Thought I was running out of runway, but it's just a slope there. Yeah, those power lines kind of screwed me up, guys. Again, we'll have to go back to the first landing. The first landing was beautifully done. Everything since then's been crap. Oh well. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Cobb County traffic. Lear's 514 Delta Victor, clear, runway 27, and straight into the ramp, Cobb County. Strobe, landing recognition, windshield heat pitot, stall warnings, continuous ignition, and reversers all off. Get the radio altimeter off, get the weather radar off. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. I was really feeling like, oh wow, I've got this approach dialed in, and speed's a little high just because I want to have a little extra safety speed because the VREF's so low, but keep some stability into the aircraft. It's looking great, and then we're barely clipping those power lines, which obviously can't be that close to the runway in the real life. That's just absurd. So then that kind of threw me off, and yeah, the rest is history, friends. Oh well. We got one good landing in, and it was our first one of the night. Eventually I'll figure out how to fly this thing. We got it back in one piece, and we got stopped before the end of the runway. So those are, oops. Yeah, right, and it's the return to base leg. So Papa Charlie points out the most important factor, which is that there's no passengers to complain. Although they were complaining about the landing in Western Carolina, I assure you. All right. Anyway. Let's go ahead and get the shutdown started. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and shut the plane all the way down, and then we'll go over our final result of the landing rate raffle, final result of our slant artwork adventure. Cabin air, engine gens, throttles to cutoff, seat belt signs, transponder code and mode. Beacon light. Chocks, yes, the chocks work because I do have the parking brake actually correctly set. Chocks and ground power. Cabin door. Alright, my predictions first. Then we'll come back and do your predictions there at the very end. We're supposed to be down at 11 o'clock, and we're 6 minutes early. We're supposed to have 2,065 pounds left. I bet you we're pretty close to that. 2143. Very nice. So 78 extra pounds. So let's see how that shook out. That was pretty good timing and timing and fuel estimates worked out very, very well all night long. So we were 123 pounds over at our first stop. We were 40 pounds short at our second stop, but we ended the night 78 pounds over. So very, very good in terms of flight timing and fuel estimates, and ending right where we said we would, basically at 11 o'clock. All right, let's finish up the shutdown of the aircraft, and then we'll look at your predictions again. Hope that you guessed on the high side, guys. Yaw damper power can come off, 1 and 2. The emergency battery can come off. Again, so I did, one of the commenters on our YouTube was telling me that there's something that I'm not doing in the normal fashion with the power-up sequence with that emergency battery. So I'll have to look at that again. We did incorporate one of his suggestions, which was that the radio altimeter switch would be off at the same time that your weather radar switch would remain off, and for the very same reason. So that's something new that we've incorporated today. I got to modify my flow list to reflect that, but we'll do that soon. Maybe after I close up the stream. So emergency battery is off, autopilot master off, and avionics master, whoops, off. The inverters then can come off, and the batteries can come off. Nav lights on the yoke can come off. Then the battery switches can come off. And we can disconnect our ground power. And go ahead and throw all of the covers on. And we'll close, well, I guess the cabin door got closed when we shut the aircraft off. So there we go, friends. We are out. Let us, oh no, I never did get the flaps in. Hold on. How did I miss that? So battery, probably need to run the hydraulic pumps for that too. Okay. There we go. Right there it's sunset. That's a beautiful, beautiful image to close on. Alright, let's see how you guys did with your predictions again. I almost guarantee you I'm awarding this entry to whomever guessed the highest. 293. That's just disappointing. Stupid power lines. Where were you guys? It's 200, 105, 188, 138, 126. Yeah, I really thought I was gonna redeem myself after that second one. Oh well. So who was it? R6 Chavez. Back here at KRYY on 12/24. Alright, and our final peek at our slants artwork adventure. Me sitting on top of a Lear 35 being towed along, or at least being accompanied by, a team of reindeer. I got Red Bull in one hand, eggnog in the other, and no idea what this is. I'm maybe blowing a bubble. I'm not even sure what that is. Violating the prohibited airspace north of Washington, and fighter escorts, and I don't know, some sort of a missile or beacon accordingly. So, yep. So there you go. Thanks to everybody who participated in that. And thanks to everybody for hanging out with me on Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas to everybody who celebrates that tomorrow. If you don't celebrate that tomorrow, then I hope that you still have a pleasant day, and that you are happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures, regardless of whether you're hitting the road tomorrow or whether you got family coming to you. Hope everybody remains happy, healthy, and safe in all of their travels and adventures. We are back on, and I will tell you that right now, there's a possibility. We got some friends in town. We might have to shift our Friday stream by a day or two. right as it stands right now, our next scheduled stream is Friday night. 2 nights from now, we're going to do a little holiday vacation run, the Just Flight BAE 146, New Orleans to Orlando, and then Orlando down to Cancun, Mexico. So a little bit of an international trip in the BAE 146 from Just Flight. Originally, I thought there was supposed to be an event happening in Orlando, but it never got up on the VAT USA calendar, so I'm kind of assuming maybe they were not able to pull staffing together for that. So may or may not be VATSIM ATC staffing for that, but we're going to go ahead and fly that anyway. New Orleans to Orlando, Orlando to Cancun in the Just Flight BAE 146. Again, stay close to the social media, friends. The plans of the friends are a bit fluid, so not sure if those plans are going to end up on Friday or Saturday, but if we have to switch the stream from one to the other, we'll let you know. And of course, if there's no VATSIM or no VAT USA event anyway, then I guess it really doesn't matter either way. So just stay close to the social media in terms of that. But we'll right now plan to be on Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, which will be Saturday, midnight Zulu, for our next stream. Who are we? Who are we going to send a raid over here to? Well, I think I got the raid plan sorted out here. But anyway, yeah. So check out the stream Friday. Hopefully, if Saturday, if the plans change, I'll let you know. You can always follow us on our Facebook or our Twitter or X page, or over on our Discord. Discord links on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. The full show schedule, as it's published right now, is there underneath the About tab. It's also over on our Discord if you want to see. Typically, we're on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. That does change from time to time, and we also have on there what we're going to be up to. We fly a mix of vintage and modern jets and general aviation aircraft, and we also do some VATSIM air traffic control. So you can ever want to see what we're going to be up to, you can hit that schedule up and check it out, and then of course you'll be able to see from there whether we are changing any of the days because of personal or work obligations or what have you. So there you go. Do feel free to check that out, and also don't miss our YouTube channel. The link's on the lower left-hand side of your screen. It will be momentarily, and that's where we have many of our old flight broadcasts archived, but we've also got a playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. So if you're trying to get on VATSIM, but you need a little guidance as to what to say to controllers or how to put a route together, how to file your flight plan, things like that, do feel free to check out that playlist there with some good information on all those, plus others, and you can ask questions about any of those right there in the comments, or you can find us over on our Discord. Very newbie-friendly community in our Discord. So, all right, so we'll see you Friday, presumably, unless that changes, from New Orleans, Louisiana, in the cockpit of that BAE 146 from Just Flight. But in the meantime, we're going to send the raid over here to Os Gorilla 245. I have no idea who that is. I've never met him before, but we're going to go ahead and pop him a nice Merry Christmas raid. Os Gorilla 245, so give him a warm Slant Alpha welcome. In the meantime, though, we'll see you Friday. Have a Merry Christmas to those of you to whom it applies, and either way, we will see you hopefully on Friday. So thanks again for hanging with us as we sign off live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Good night, friends. Take care.